So you are not going blind, and there is no.
Hello.
All right, everybody. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. The Silly and peace out to the rest of you. Y'all know what to do. Hit the share button because the message is more important than the messenger. So, Dino, first, let me thank you for coming on. Now, did I pronounce your first name right?
Hello. Can you hear me?
All right, yeah, you sound clear to me. How do I sound to you, sir?
I can hear you very clear, sir.
All right, excellent. Now, did I pronounce your first name right, Dino or Diano?
Well, my family usually call me Diano, but most of my friends call me Dino. But anyway, you can call me whatever you like.
Okay.
Hello.
All right. Well, I usually I have a habit of because I'm from the American South, so we have a habit of using Mr. and Mrs. to be honest, if we know the last name. So if I slip up and say Mr. Gordon, it's not because I'm calling you old. It's just old habits dying hard.
Oh,
Um, all right. So Simeon says that we're both loud and clear. And first, I want to thank you for coming up because you made time to do this. And to help out the people that you could say are related to you, but of course nationally carry a different passport. And you're actually doing them a service, and I'm hoping that at some point we'll be able to do the same thing and return the favor. Now, Mr. Gordon, did you catch my live stream yesterday?
well, to be honest, no, I didn't make it because I was very busy last night, so that's why.
Okay.
Um,
Um,
yeah.
All right, this would have been it was last night my time because where I am here, we have less than a half hour of sunlight left right now where I am. But this would have been about the same time yesterday. Well, no, wait, I'm sorry. Maybe I'm trying to think. You know what? I actually don't remember if I started around this time or if it was about an hour from now. But it was roughly around the same time of day. But if you didn't catch it, it's okay. Everybody's got stuff they got to do. But I won't lie, I was preaching yesterday. I really held the audience for a long time, and I appreciated them waiting like they did. We I pretty much went on a tirade and a rant against what I call IDNS culture, and that's intentionally dysfunctionally negative stereotype. That's what IDNS stands for, IDNS. And this is what you and I were what you and I were talking about in the comments section yesterday under Brazil Yesh's video. You were talking about the IDNS culture being present even there on that island, and you agreed to come on and tell your story. And to be honest with you, the audience is probably going to be in your debt if you do, because in my audience, there are people who have traveled. I've been living abroad for almost 9 years, coming up on that. But there are people who have traveled in my audience. There are people that live abroad, um, expats, you may call them. There are people from other places. I actually have about maybe 3 Bahamians that I know of in my audience. Some people listen from South Africa. There's one from Indonesia that listens that I'm aware of. And then there are other people that are working to travel and that have not yet traveled yet, or that are just now beginning to travel and or live abroad. So I have different levels of experience with traveling and living abroad in my audience. And I advocate Black men leaving any environment where the ITNIS culture is alive, where it's celebrated, where it's alive, let alone where it's celebrated, where it's not really opposed, where it's not treated like a fringe. And from what you're telling me, that's also true for your country. Is that the case?
Yes, sir. That's very true.
Okay. All right. So could you tell us about my first question will be at what age did you come to the awareness of this being the case, and what's the story like? Not just the age, but what also was the story of you becoming aware of the IDNIS culture being celebrated there where you are?
Well, back in 2020, I was red pill. That's what they call it, red pill. In
Yes, sir.
2020, because since 2019, with us, it was really a relationship actually. It was a I was I didn't know better at the time, So it was a friendship with this girl that I used to hang out with until one day, like I used to like I go out on this movie date with her until yeah, I was trying to say that until one day I gave her a birthday present at the time, until one day we have a falling out, and from that I don't hear from her again until the pandemic and everything. That's my red pill moment at the time. And I was very, it was a long story because I was trying to approach sometimes approach girls, Jamaican girls actually where I'm from. They have an entitled mentality. They those things that they those things that you have to have money to talk to them, or since it just like what the American girls do it with um some of you black African Americans men, or even white men too. Them just say like you have to have money to talk to them or something like that. If you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
But unfortunately, since the pandemic, I haven't talked to girls since because sometimes I have to think that some of these girls, well, in Jamaica, they're very masculine sometimes, just like because they're very similar to African American women. Some of them, not all of them, but because some of the one that very feminine and don't act like that, they just hard to find sometimes. If you know, and it's because sometimes I go to church, but even some of them that go to church, they have the same mentality.
Okay. All right. Now, it's now that tells us when you got red pilled and when you came to understand what westernized women will do if they can get away with it. Um, as far as the question, idness would be, I think sometimes people call it slackness on the island. Is that a term that you've heard before?
Yes, yeah, yeah. Sometimes we use that term slackness. Whenever we see some foolishness, we call it slackness or
Oh,
dysfunctional.
okay, gotcha. And from what you told me in the comments section yesterday underneath Brazil Yesha's video, that kind of culture is pervasive and it's accepted, if not celebrated, in Jamaica. Um, can you tell us when you learned that that was the case regarding the whole Idnis culture as a whole, um, even independently of the red pill awareness? About how old were you, and what's the story behind you realizing? Because we all have a time in our life when we realize that those of us who grew up in any area where the idness culture is allowed or where slackness is not just allowed but celebrated and normalized, we all have a moment at some point when we came to realize that that was going to be the case. How old were you, and what was a story like that for you when you found out?
Well, during the pandemic. That was 2020. I was about 21 years old. I'm 23 now, but my birthday was in September 29th. I was turning 23. So let me tell you, like sometimes the music, like our music, well, back in the day, or sometimes the music would promote the dysfunction at the time. But as of this year and going forward, like the music just in the same anymore because they start to sing certain things that like it doesn't make any sense. Like for example, like you have this song, I don't remember the words of the song, but you have this song, it promotes oral sex. Sorry, I'm not sure if I can say it on YouTube, but oral, if you know what I mean, like oral sex, like you have this, I have first you have this drink with based on the oral sex you have to do, you have to drink this type of healthy drink named Pediasure or something like that name. Like you have
Mm.
or Ensure, them call it Ensure. You have them say the girl have to drink the Ensure while she perform oral sex. That them just promoting since in dancehall since the pandemic or so. So, but either way, during my red pill moments, well, I had sometimes I have terrible experience with girls since high school coming up because because I wasn't really assertive growing up. I came from a single mother home actually. And my father is in my life, but because my father live in don't live where I'm living, he live further away from where I'm at right now. So sometimes I see him and only once in a while. As of this year, I only see him. So I didn't grow up to be very assertive. So I didn't grow up to be a man or anything like that. So so after that, so after my replay moments, I end up go on YouTube and start encounter Kevin Samuels, Steffi School, mediocre tutorials and reviews, and other repeal channels like Fitex Fearless MJ Get Right. Yeah, various channels that show me that why what I did wrong, why I didn't get the respect from the girls. I'm sorry.
Okay.
What why I was wondering why girls didn't respect me in the first place, and then I realized that sometimes it was me. I was the problem the whole time. So that's why. That's my repeat moment.
Okay. Now, as far as the okay, so I understand the red pill moment, but the overall the culture of slackness, from what you stated, it's pervasive in Jamaica. And I'm not going to ask exactly where in Jamaica you live. I will ask this though: do you live in one of the major cities in Jamaica?
Well, I used to live in Kingston, Jamaica, growing up until I moved to another parish. When, like all America of states, we have parish, so we live in a parish called Saint Catherine. But Saint Catherine is the largest parish actually. So where I'm at, I'm in Portmore, a place called Portmore. I'm not sure if you hear about artist this Jamaican artist named Vibes Cartel. That's where it usually come from. So I live in Portmore actually. So that's kind of one of the major cities beside Kingston, because Kingston and Portmore they're beside each other.
Okay, gotcha. All right, yeah. So it's close to Spanish Town specifically, right?
Yes, yeah, Spanish Town.
Okay, gotcha. All right then. So that's for all practical purposes, that's still a major urban center on the island. Um, and so if slackness is dominant as a culture or a subculture, then it's going to be dominant in Kingston certainly, and if it's dominant in Kingston, then it's going to be dominant in Portmore as well, because Portmore is not so far away. Now, understand that if you go into the rural parishes, then maybe things change, and that's where you would have to tell me because I can only guess. But I'm pretty sure that what you were telling me describes the urban centers, i.e., Montego and Kingston. And I don't know about Mandeville. I don't know if Mandeville would be more conservative or if slackness could rule as a culture there too. I'm just not sure. But at what age did you notice that slackness was forgiven or condoned by a lot of the society at large?
Oh, I first noticed it well about a good while ago. About since I think after I finished high school, I just noticed it becoming more prevalent. Um, at the time around the age of 17 actually. So
Okay.
well Mandeville actually, Mandeville is a rural and urban area. So it have a city, both have a city and it have a country area. So some of the people from the country area, they might they might um have the influence over there. But sometimes you have people over the countryside, they might have get influence, but not so much at the city area actually, to be honest.
Okay. So Mandeville could go either way.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay, gotcha. And that I guess that makes sense based on the population that I read of it. And so, can you give us examples of what it is uh, that the people will either condone or that they'll support that anybody would know is wrong?
Uh, Repeat again. I'm sorry.
All right. Could you give us examples of something that people would support, but everybody knows it to be wrong? And to give an example of what I mean, amongst us African Americans, um, when when I was coming up, um, for me, I was about, I'd say it was about between sixth and seventh grade, between 11 and 12, when I realized that slackness for us, that the IDNS culture was in fact going to be very highly tolerated and championed even and upheld. For me, that was about late 80s and early 90s. And that was when the content of rap that was on the radio began to change. Now, we had rap for a long time, but we had guys like Rakim, we had Public Enemy. I'm sure you've heard of these guys, even if you're much younger than I am. But they were conscious rappers. And then we started to get NWA. I know you heard of them. And when they came out, they were nasty. They didn't really last long as a group on the national scene. They were known in Los Angeles for a long time before the rest of the country knew about them. But once they became famous nationwide, which is about 88, I think it was, all of a sudden, um, they had really less than a year left together, or maybe about a year left together as a group. But the thing was that they rapped about gangster stuff. They rapped about not just slackness. They rapped about fornication, gunplay, you name it, drunkenness, uh, marijuana use. So they rapped about the whole thing, and they became the most promoted, the most popular. They took off. And the thing was that people just wouldn't really make much of a stink about it. Now, the adults really didn't know that much about them, but teenagers pretty much said, "Yeah, that's fine. We're going to go along with it." And that was just one example. But eventually the culture changed too. And then we came to realize, I mean, next year I began to realize that if you said anything against gang banging, you had to answer for it. If you said anything about Crips and Bloods calling a truce, if you recommended just that, they would tell you, man, shut the F up. And you might get into fights about that. If you said we shouldn't be killing our own people, you could get into fights about it. People may come and fight you for saying that black folks should not kill each other. Um, and so that was for me, that was an awakening. So you could pretty much say anything negative as long as you could rhyme when you do it, and you get away with it. And even the adults would say, well, kids will be kids. And I'm asking if there's something similar to that in on the island. What's an example of
Oh,
one of those things that
oh,
everybody turns a blind eye to or says it's okay or makes it a joke?
oh, oh yeah. You have all right. Remember the if you remember the DJ that I just mentioned earlier, Vibes Cartel.
Yep.
Like back in 2006, he had a falling out with another artist named Movado. I'm not sure you hear about him. Like Movado, like both of them was in this group called the Alliance. It have by the time they fall out, Movado starting own team called Gully, and Cartel start his own team called Gaza. So at the time, Gully and Gaza they go back and forth, and it caused high crime rate throughout 2007, 2008 until 2009. They put out they, they have the final they have a stage show that they keep on in December 2009. They call it Sting 2009, where they go they go head to head. It's like a versus. If you remember the versus with Mario and Omarion, for example, like something like that, where they go head to head and see who will win and who will lose. So by January 2010, Movado and Carter and Vibes Carter come to a truce. So yeah, something like that happened because there are people at first people were against it, and then after that you have some other people they were, especially in the inner city community, they fight against it, and then you have other people they will try to fight against the same person who was trying to advocate for peace, for example. So that's so especially with the politicians, right? Yeah, the politicians, because of the politicians, they have to force Movado and Cartel to come to a truce in the first place. So to decrease the crime rate. So that's why Jamaica have a high crime rate, especially as of this year. Because every year you have a lot of people lose their life to many murders, especially in the inner city community. So that's why.
So people started committing murders behind a grudge between musicians.
Yeah, like for example, even with politicians, like just like how you have in America, you have the Democratic and the Republican. We have JLP and PLP, Jamaica's Labour Party and People's National Party. So if
Hmm.
so, anytime most of it take place in the inner city community. So anytime and like say if a certain man came in and say like came into an era where most supporters of Jamaica Labour Party say he's for People's National Party, people most LGP supporters might want to put a hit on him or something like that. They want to kill him or something like that.
Okay, I see. So I see. So the grudges between artists can they can get tied into political violence.
Exactly.
I see. Okay. I was aware that there was political violence in the garrisons. I just didn't know the extent to which musicians would get involved in it, or even if they were. But you cleared it up for me. So the music can exacerbate political violence, or political violence can divide even musicians. And unfortunately, it is a sign of a low culture when entertainers and the stances that entertainers take can exacerbate actual political violence. Because political violence itself is not something anybody sits up and says, I'm glad this is happening. But the fact is that at least political violence is based on policy, real laws that can be passed, the decisions that a government actually can make that will determine the behaviors of its people and what they can and cannot do in the experiences of the people. But musicians getting caught up in that is some foolishness. And people following the musicians getting caught up in that and actually shedding each other's blood, yeah, that is extreme slackness. And from what you're telling me, not a lot of the adults and elders are really condemning this sort of thing and saying there's no reason to get worked up behind what they say. They're entertaining you and they're not politicians. It sounds like nobody's really saying, wait a minute, why are you getting heated by what they said? Because they're taking these entertainers as leaders the same way they would a politician that can actually vote for or against them. Is that right? Is my assessment, does that make sense? Does that summarize what's going
Yes.
on?
Yeah. Yeah. It makes sense.
Okay. All right. And now, is it true that Vibes Cartel got engaged while locked up?
Well, that's what I heard. But I saw the woman. She looked like a foreigner.
Okay. All right. So, I mean, if that is true, that tells you something even, that tells you something worse because, I mean, she may be a foreigner, but if she's choosing, and when you said she looks like a foreigner, I noticed something. You didn't say that she was unattractive. You didn't say that she was crippled. You didn't mention anything that would take away her options in free men.
Well,
That
she's
means
very attractive. She's very attractive. She look like a Latina.
I see. Well, sometimes Latinas can be busted too, but I see what you mean. She's
So,
attractive, and so she has options in men.
well, I'm not sure, but she look she look like a nice Latina because she don't have any. I don't see any tattoos on her. Like just like Vibes Cartel have tattoos on, and plus Vibes Cartel have a ex-wife, I think. Like she go by the name of Shorty. She have tattoos and she look she's actually she's a black woman too. She's from Jamaica as well. So I think in my opinion, I think Cartel level up with a foreigner in my opinion. Cause look, I don't think she come from out here.
Okay, all right, and she may not, but the thing is, what if she doesn't come from there? Then that means that she traveled there, and if she traveled there to get engaged to him, that says even more. Because what this means is that she's following whether she's from there or not, it means she's following an IDNS culture because she's going for a convict before she will go for a free man. And so that tells me that sort of thing is that's more evidence that the IDNS culture is strong there in Jamaica. And mind you, I know who Vibes Cartel is. I saw him years ago, and I've seen pictures of him for more recent years. He doesn't look like the same person. I mean, I know he's got tattoos, but the reason we can see them now is because he bleached himself pretty heavily, pretty severely.
Yeah,
He bleached himself.
it was in
Um,
2010 when he first beat himself. Around this month in 2010 he beat himself. I was in sixth grade. I was about 11 years old at the time.
Okay. So all right. So that's when he did it. So he's bleached himself for a long time now, and so I don't know if he's doing that still in prison. He probably can't. I hope that they're not smuggling skin bleach into the prison. But the thing
No.
was that when he was on the outside, that's what he did. I mean, he really looked like a different person. He was unrecognizable. But uh, he the thing is that he went that route, and then this lady may have traveled to Jamaica to get engaged to him, flying over. Literally, if she traveled there, then that means she had to fly over a bunch of free men to get engaged to him. And he's convicted of a violent crime. I forgot if it was you can't say the R word on YouTube. They flag videos for that. But actually, if you were to say the
Yeah.
other word, like I don't remember if he violated a lady or if he snuffed somebody. I'm not sure which one it was. I can't remember, but it was violent, and he was in there for decades. Um, I think he's expected to get out when he's 70, and he and I are almost the same age. So he's looking at about 25 years left on his sentence. Last thing I heard. So this tells me that uh, even there, women who come from the outside, if she's actually foreigner, um, but women with options would still prefer these kinds of guys over free men, men that can actually go to work and look after the family. That's what this tells me.
That's
So
what. Yeah, that's the first thing run to my mind. I was like, you saw a video recommending on a YouTube page, say something about why women love thugs or something like that. It show the thumbnail show Vibes Cartel with the same lady. So something like that. I don't remember the channel name. I didn't get click on it at the time.
mhm, okay. Now I wanted to ask you though, because you're on Brazil Yes's channel, so chances are you've heard about you definitely have heard about Passport Bros. Have you also heard of Passport Gang and SYSBM?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I heard about them since recently. The first one I heard about was Zoom to Thailand with Travel OG Richie Mark.
All right. Okay. And so that being said, so since you've heard about these groups and these acronyms, um, Jamaica's a question mark for the most part for a lot of African American guys. Period. Passport brothers are just in general African American men. It's a question mark. We know some things about it, but when it comes to how conservative or how ratchet, I should say, and dysfunctional the culture is, it's a question mark. And I'm sure it changes from place to place. But if an African American man um, wanted to go and leave America for a more conservative, a more moral environment in which to raise a family, what do they need to know about Jamaica?
Well, that's a good question, bro. One thing, one thing I can tell you is that, all right, if you want to raise your own family first, let me tell you, like the prime minister, if you, I'm not sure if you know him, but him name Andrew Onis. Recently, he make DNA test mandatory before you sign the birth certificate. If you want to have children, anybody like anyone who try to be a father to them biological line, you just you just have to by default just get the DNA test done before you sign the birth certificate. And number few, you have to be careful when you go certain places throughout in Jamaica, especially in the middle of the night, because our crime rate high and plus our economic system is very poor. So that's why, cause you have people out here where they, they would even even passport people too, like especially passport bros from since day one, you have people get their passport just to move come to the states too, sorry, I want at one point I want to move to America back in 2018 because first time that was the first and only time I've been to America. It was in 2018 over the summer. I was like, I want to move there, but and then after my red pill moment, after I watched Kevin Samuel's media tours and reviews and most of the red pill contents, I started to realize that no, I wouldn't want to go to America because I heard some most of African American men and even white men too. As a matter of fact, all men in America, them get go to the divorce courts, the child support system, everything. I was like, no, bro, I don't want to even tell my mother that I don't want to live there. Especially even Canada. I heard Canada even worse than America. I heard about it two times so far. So I wouldn't. go in all these countries if I have to have a passport to move over there. But anyway, Jamaica, all right. Number three, I was saying that as America, if once you come from America, does you have to be aware, you have to be very careful. With some of these women, them have an entitled mentality. One thing I got asked is how much money you make or something like that. Because by the end of the day, you're a black man in Jamaica, so sometimes people will see and think that you're Jamaican until they get to know you and realize that you're actually American. So you have to just be careful. And I remember thinking of you can easily get, you have to just be careful or you carry out yourself in certain places. Don't wear expensive jewelry around your neck or anything like that out in the middle of the road, because people is any a particular man can see and try to rob you, but because you have a particular jewelry, or remember I said or economic system very poor, so people try to look try to get a work, but they try to seek employment, but they can't get a job because let me tell you, like our system is very, I don't know, like it's very difficult because you can try to seek employment, but like I must say is like you have to know the person that work there, to get the job there. Do, you have to just make sure you do good in the interview and to get a work there. Like the system, like it's a corrupt system, bro. I tell you. So but that's why even me, I tried to look seek employment since after the pandemic about 2 years ago. I tried to try to get a work. I didn't get any work, so I have to go back to school. College. I have to go to college. Study IT in associate degree in IT. So unfortunately, it's a very tough dilemma living in Jamaica. So you have so if any possible boys want to live here, just know that you can spend the vacation over here in about Montego, especially in Montego Bay. One thing is Montego Bay kind of dangerous, so don't go the inner city community. Just stay at the airport where you can. I mean, like near the airport or it's for the hotel resort. You can just stay over there. It's for the tourists. You can as a tourist, you can just go over there, enjoy yourself, and then go back. Cause that if you remember the movie, I was still Get Our Groove Back, where you have a woman that come to Jamaica just and she come to Montego Bay and she meet the 20-year-old man. So you have to just do what you have to do, but be careful because Jamaica, you can just walk with certain things in Jamaica and feel comfortable because people we either have a gun or a knife, them just hold you and then take and thief your things, especially if you come from America. Just be careful.
Okay, but in terms of settling in Jamaica to try to start their own family with a Jamaican lady, uh, it sounds like you don't recommend that based on your experiences and based on everything else about living there. Um, and so then that's one of the reasons that I wanted you to come on and tell everyone your experience because you're there on the island. And one of the first things to do to find out which place is good for you is to find out which place is bad for you and where you don't want to go. And so I wanted the my audience to hear directly from you why they either would want to consider Jamaica or why they would not want to consider Jamaica if they want to go and start a family and raise their own children.
Well, I think, in my opinion, I think you can start your own families if you want, but one thing is you have to just make sure. Yeah, well, let me tell you, like I was warning that the economic system not so good because it, comparing to America now, for example, American American dollars is worth so much in Jamaica um compared to Jamaica now. Like Jamaica, if you works certain business in Jamaica now, well, I'm trying to explain, but anyway, I was trying to say that in Jamaica, if you get certain work, you might not probably make much money compared to the states. So So unfortunately, our economic system kind of poor. So, not me unless only time. Let me tell you, it's my family. For example, now like I have a mother and I have a stepfather. Both of them work. So that's that. So if you want to start a family, that means you and your wife can just work. Unfortunately, you have to do it. Yeah, unfortunately, you have to do it still. You have to take care of the children, or you can start a family out here, now, but you have to just be mindful. If you want take care of your children out here in a tough economy like this. So
Okay, it's not something you can easily do then. And so your fears are mostly financial. But now you pointed out something else too, that Andrew Holness mandated DNA testing before a father or a man can say that he is the father. Before he can claim paternity, he has to get a DNA test and prove paternity. Can you tell us what the reason is, the context and the background as to why he mandated that and why it was necessary?
that's a good question. I was planning to talk about that too. Yeah, because Jamaica and Nigeria have the highest paternity fraud rates in the world right now. Our one is about 70 to 80% paternity fraud. Because you have men right now taking care of children that don't belong to them. So Andrew knows. I think Andrew knows see the problem and decide that he's going to mandate DNA testing because look, Andrew only have two sons because he's married, married with two sons. So basically both of his sons can most likely or be a victim to paternity fraud as well. And I heard that Vibes Cartel son heard that I'm not sure if it's true, but I heard that his son encountered the same problem. And like him back in 2019, he have this child with this girl, and then through the pandemic, I heard that they said the child is not his because can you know how Cartel son, remember this is Cartel's son, but because basically them financially stable. So that you notice, especially in America, even all over the world, them always make the man with financially stable to take care of another man's child instead of the man where but most of the time the biological father don't have any money to take care of the child himself or something like that. So that's why. So basically, about to Andrew on his son now, because one of his sons look just like him too, because most likely if him have to go there and go try find a woman to be with or find a wife or something like that, he might end up have the same problem too. So that maybe that's why Andrew is do what he have to do because he have to by the end of the day he have to look out for his son and him grandson too, grandchildren as a matter of fact.
Okay. So Vibes Cartel uh, has a son that, he may have one son is a maybe,
Yeah,
and
I'm sorry. Yeah,
okay,
I was trying to interject that you have children. About a few children. I don't remember how much.
okay, I see then. All right, so he's got a few of them, but uh, now one of them, um, one of them said a few months ago that he's not the father of a baby boy that was speculated to have been his. And something happened to one of the artists in the States as well, and you may have heard of him. An artist named Lil Boosie, who's also with that IDNS stuff. Um, I mean, in person, he seems to be a nice guy, but his rap is IDNS. And he's from the same region of the country I'm from. I'm from the Gulf Coast. Um, actually the coast that's closest to your island, and I come from the same interstate on which he grew up. His city, Baton Rouge, is on Interstate 10, and I grew up not far from the same interstate and on the same coastline as him. Culture is very similar. The Gulf Coast is literally, it's not just the armpit of America, it's the armpit of Black America too. Some might even say that it's the anus of Black America. It's pretty bad. And Boosie's son thought that he was going to be a dad. So Boosie thought he might be a grandfather. And somewhere down the line, they found out that that was not it was not Boosie's son's baby. So Boosie was not, in fact, a grandfather like he thought. I think it may have been his own mom that came up with some suspicion and told him, and they were able to confirm it. So something similar has happened on both sides of that Gulf of Mexico. So, and you said that Jamaica and Nigeria had the highest rates. What was the rate again that you quoted? You gave a number, but I didn't hear that part. The voice broke. What was that percentage
Oh,
again?
oh, 70, between 70 and 80%.
Okay, and that's of those who got tested.
Well, that's yeah, that's the other one that sorry that got tested.
Okay, all right. So now, if it's 80%, unfortunately, it doesn't prove that the whole island is dealing with more or less. You don't really know, but it's not too far away. If you have enough people getting DNA tests, then the rest of the population can't be too far away. Can I ask you how easy is it to get DNA or paternity testing done in Jamaica? Is it available in most parts of the country, or do you have to go to one of the major urban centers to do it? And do you have choices in where you go, or is it like two labs in the whole country to do it?
Well, I think I think mostly the best place you can get it is at like most I think the hospital or I think pharmacy can do it too. But I'm sure you can get it at the hospital. Like or I have
Okay.
to bring the child to the hospital. Cause we have a hospital. All right, you have this hospital in Kingston called Unite or you go University of the West Indies. I think you can go over there and get a DNA test over there.
Okay, I see. All right. So as far as you know, that it's at a hospital or the university. So it's at least in urban
No,
centers, it's pretty common.
well, no, actually, that's a hospital name. Actually, University of the West Indies. Not well. Actually, you have two. Let me tell you, like you have like the college campus, you have the hospital, both of them have the same name. So, University of the West Indies, and you have University of the West Indies Hospital and University of the West Indies College campus. But but yes, you can get. I think pharmacy probably sell them too. I'm not sure. I don't really. I don't have children, so I don't really familiar. I don't get involved with DNA testing. Actually, I don't see anybody use it or anything like that.
Okay, and whoever's gotten it done hasn't talked much about it to you then. But nonetheless, if the rate is 70% in Jamaica, 70% of men that get the test find out that they're not, then this does mean that at least the culture there is, as you said, it is to blame a man that's not the father for the paternity. And as you and I know, and as you just stated, when women get in the habit of doing this, even if they don't know who the father is, they know that there's a possibility of there being more than one. That's what they are. At the very least, they are aware of that. They know they slept with two guys around the same, in the same week or three or more, let alone in the same day. They know this, and so um, if they're going to blame someone that's not, they're usually going to do it because he has more to give to not just to the child but also to her. So what this does, this indicates a dual mating strategy. Have you heard that term before?
Yes, I heard about it around us here.
Okay. All right. Cool. Cool. So then, because most of my audience knows, so that dual mating strategy, of course, you can understand as a guy that that's one of the major insults to any man. It's a real slap in the face if you know that a woman is engaged in this, that she knows another guy might be the dad. She says that it's you, and then you find out later it actually wasn't you. That means she may have actually known from the beginning that it was not you. She may have known that other guy was the dad, and then lay down with you just so that you would think that you were the dad. And so if, yeah, you can understand the depth of that kind of insult, because it's really a slap in the face. It's like saying, well, you're not genetically good enough to have your own, but you still deserve to be cuckolded. You still deserve to be tricked into raising someone else's, because what they're pretty much saying is your DNA is inferior. You don't really
So
deserve to be the dad, but you still deserve to have to feed like you're the dad. You don't deserve to breed, but you need to feed. You shouldn't play, but you should have to pay for someone else to play. So what I'm getting from you, and to be honest with you, I've been told this before, but I wanted my audience to hear. This is my first time giving my audience a chance to hear this from someone that's there live. I wanted my audience to hear what I'd heard before, that Jamaican women are going to do the exact same things as Yankee women are going to do because they can,
Exactly.
and because they have the same interest at stake. They want not only the most for their babies, but even if they don't, they still want the most for themselves. And they don't think that it's wrong, or they don't care that it's wrong, to take the kind of guy that they really would not want reproducing, to still give him the baby to raise. So as far as you understand, though, on the island with this paternity fraud going on, who are the actual fathers? Who are the biological fathers of these babies if these women are lying to other men and telling them, these other men, that they're the fathers?
Well, to be honest, I think well, well, based on all they keep on doing this, I think most of the time the biological fathers are always the type of man with that I think some of them are like come from the inner city community, or some probably maybe because like most of the time the man more assertive than the supposed father actually. If when you look at it, sometimes it's always the man that seems to be that don't care about the woman herself, or sometimes it's a man where like usually in the black community we usually call him Pookie and Ray Ray. So
Mm-hmm.
those are the type of men, women who have children for those type of men, and then expect the good guy, the man who have who financially stable, the college educated, six-figure earner to take care of the kid, even though he might think things that is his kid, but it's not his.
Okay, I see. So they pretty much follow the same pattern as the North American women do when they engage in the dual mating strategy. A responsible man to do the feeding and the paying, and the irresponsible man or the uncommitted man to do the breeding and the playing.
Exactly. And let me tell you, like last year, you have this. I see this article, a picture of this article with this man. Like I heard that he murdered this woman where she tricked him 6 times, 6 children. Like she gave him, like saying that all 6 children belong to him. When you do the DNA test, none of the children is his own. So so at the time, like let me tell you why he killed her. I think I know why he murdered her in the first place. At one point, like she would come at his workplace and try to harass him, something like harassing about child support or something like that. And then at the time, he told a friend that he's gonna kill the woman because the woman keep on try to make a misery out of him. So heard that the man um go over there find the woman, and then must have chop off her head or something like that do to the woman, because none of the 6 children don't belong to him.
Mm. Okay, so after she was harassing him at work and assaulting him, he then found out that all 6 kids were not his. And did you say that this was in Jamaica itself?
Well, yeah. I mean, in Jamaica, both of them are Jamaicans.
Okay, I see. All right. Okay then. Um, if it's okay, so in a nutshell, it pretty much shows that she didn't just not want this man to be the father because all 6 were not his. Uh, it shows that she actually hated this man. Like she had a
Yeah,
contempt for him. Okay, because she
she
was
probably
going to his
don't.
job and assaulting him.
I was saying
I'm
that
sorry.
she don't have any respect for him.
Hmm. Yep, no respect for him. So, and because of that, she felt like he was a good target to hit. So she pretty much figured every negative emotion I got, I'm gonna dump it on this guy, even to the point of paternity fraud. So it's not just see, that's beyond a lack of respect. This woman hated this man, and the question is, why did she hate this man? That's something that's got to be asked. Why did she hate him? And from what you're telling me, they generally have this sort of hatred for men that are responsible. And so that leads me to my next question. From what you can make out, and I understand you're 23 and you're still learning some things and you're aware that you're still learning. But just from what you can make out so far, I know I'm asking you to guess, and that's okay. Where do you surmise that the women on the island got this disrespect or hatred for responsible men?
Well, you know, to be honest, I experienced something like this too. Like where most, where I don't think because are responsible to because in my opinion I think because some of the men that they hate the most are usually nice guys. The men that probably like usually people would say he's a nice guy. You're a good guy or something like that. I think that's why maybe that's why the age are coming. I think it have something to do with once they take a good guy's kindness for weakness because they think that good men that are nice are good. They think that they're what the word again? They think that they're they're very stupid or something like that.
Okay, like you said, they take kindness for weakness. They think that these men are, they think that these men are pushovers, or that they're naive and don't know any better. Um, they think that these men are punks. They can't, as you stated. See, once they can't tell kindness from weakness, that's when you're dealing with a very primitive and almost non-human mentality. Um, and I'm just wondering where they seem to have gotten it from. Now, I'm not going to ask you what it was like back in the 90s or the 80s because, well, I think you were born in, let's see. Yeah, I think you were born towards the end of the 90s. Yeah, yeah. So you were born
99.
99. So in that case, then I'm not going to ask you what it was like in the 80s or 90s and if it seems to have gotten worse. Um, but I did want to get whatever guess you had for as to where they might have gotten this from. Have you heard older women talking about this phenomena, or do they seem to be on board with it?
Well, I think usually I think they're on board with it, and I heard some of them make songs about it too. I mean, talking about the female dancer artists them actually.
Hmm. Okay, I see. All right. So, in that case, then, if they're on board with this, then this means that it dominates. Because imagine, okay, I'm roughly the same age as Vibes Cartel. Are these women his age that are on board with this?
Well, yes, of course.
Okay.
Some of them, not all of them. I can't generalize some of them because I don't because some of them some of them they mature enough. Well, not some of them mature enough to understand that it, some of them they would have sympathy for some of the men that are good. So most of the time they usually it's from a woman where they usually pick the wrong guy to have kids with, and then after that they just start to show sympathy towards a nice guy or something like that.
Okay. All right. Here's how you can tell. And I'll give you a way that you can know how bad it is. And then and I'm not going to tell you how bad it is. I'm just going to ask you how bad, but I'll tell you how you can tell. After I give you that litmus test, so to speak, you let me know how bad it really is. And by the way, yeah, I'm going to give a salute back to Lance Parker. What's good? And Jay Moore, I see where you're saying this is why I'm never going back to Jamaica. So I'm not sure if you're from Jamaica or not, Jay Moore, or if you went to visit it before. I'm not really sure which one, but I may have you on one day as well to tell us what it's like, what it is, and if we have time this evening, then I may even send the link to you for the same purpose, depending on what the time is like. But I'll tell you this though, Mr. Gordon, the way you can tell how bad it is if the female dance hall artist, even the same age as Vibes Cartel, are making songs or they're singing and rapping lyrics promoting slack men, IDNS men, and these songs sell and they're popular and they're played on the radio and they're recited by listeners, memorized and recited by listeners. Then the question would be, and this is what you'll know. If a woman put out a song praising the opposite or praising responsible men and challenging this lust for the irresponsible guy, the IDNS, the stereotype, would that song be as popular, as recited, as often played, and as often purchased?
No, bro, I don't think so. That'll be one of the most underrated songs.
Okay. All right. So that tells us how bad it is. That means that the slackness is not only the norm and that it's actually the culture there, but it also tells us that the women as a whole are on that stuff. So it's okay to generalize because everybody knows there are exceptions. We all understand that. But the question is
Yeah,
going to
true.
be what rules, what predominates, and what prevails. And from what you just said, that prevails because neither man nor woman is going to buy or play a song like that to the same extent and in the same numbers as they would a female dancehall artist song promoting the irresponsible man, the uncommitted man, the breeder and the player, instead of the feeder and the payer. And so what this means is that that's who they want to screw. That's what that means. All it means is they're on some hyena baboon shit, pardon my French, and that they actually believe that the genetic superiority lies in the morally inferior or irresponsible man, and that the genetic inferiority lies with the man that has the highest sense of morals and responsibility and is going to be the most committed to his kids and to the mother of his kids. That's what that means. So what they're doing is they're actually engaging in the same thing. From what you're telling me, is the exact same thing as it is in the States. It's just a different dialect of English when they do it, and a different music that plays in the background while all of this is going on. So in that case, then it may be, in my conclusion, until proven otherwise, is that you're going to need Passport Bros and SYSBM and IBMOR over there in Jamaica just as much as it is needed in the United States, in Canada, in the UK. And I'm gonna tell you something else too. Three of my audience members, of which I know, are in the Bahamas and from there. And all three of them have said the same thing about the Bahamas. They said that it's gone. A little over a year ago, I had a Trinidadian brother on my show. He's a DJ in Trinidad and Tobago. And he has another job too. And he was talking about, to a certain extent, he was talking about colorism and how it is that the women there have a disdain for lighter skinned men in Trinidad and Tobago. Now he's my age, so he was able to take the audience through the transition from one attitude to the opposite. And so fast forward to today, racially ambiguous looking men, or what they call red man, I think y'all call them browning in Jamaica, especially if they look admixed, not just light skin, but especially if they look admixed too, are the last thing that a woman would want. Or this the last thing they want to be seen out in public with. But what he was talking about also was the tendency, or let's just say the similarity between there and Black America. He was talking about that. He was pretty much saying that it's just, it's really just the same thing, and that they actually got it through the media from Black America, that's where they got it from. He told us when it was, and that was in the late 90s that this transition happened. In the United States, it was in the early 90s that a lot of this became, at least it became obvious to me. So what I'm gathering now is that it's the Anglophone Caribbean islands, really the Anglophone Americas, because Belize is like this, I already know. Guyana's like this, and even Suriname, which is not completely Anglophone, at least officially. Even Suriname's got the same problem. So I'm coming to understand that where English predominates in the Americas, you all are going to need SYSBM, IBMOR, Passport Bros, and Passport Gang. So I'm going to ask, in Jamaica, does it seem like this? Does this seem to have come from the United States through the media, or does it seem to have sprang up from the soil there?
All right. I remember. I usually remember America and Jamaica. They're actually next door neighbor. So basically, yes, of course, because some of us have some of us have cable, so sometimes the girls, young girls, like mostly 20s and up, they watch Love and Hip Hop. Even one night, I saw my mother watch Love and Hip Hop. I was like, what? I said, wait, what? I said, I couldn't say anything to her, so I was going in my room and lock myself in the room. So yeah, and you have this. I think you heard about that show named Harlem, and not it's supposed to hear about this show named Harlem with Megan Good. Mother even watched it one time. I have a discussion with her about that show. I think around last year, I think, or this year. I think this year in January. I have a discussion about the show, and I told her that that show is a what you call it? It's some kind of weird like promote feminism. So it's like teach women how to be independent and don't need a man or something like that to teach. So yeah, the media promotes from America. It promotes some of the things that when I said they promote the garbage that some of our women would have pick up and things that this is okay. And yes, Jay Moore was saying that it was a gynocratic matriarchy. Yeah, of course, because um usually most of us, especially in the ghetto, I mean inner city community, most of the time is our mother sorry, our mothers raise us. Um, that's why we have so much what you call it, gunman around the place. Because most of the time, no, all of us don't have a father in the household. Most of the time, some of our fathers, so you don't even know our father. Some of us, well, me know my father, but one thing is I don't live with him. I live with my mother, so that's a problem. That's why I have sometimes I have internal issues growing up. So So if I leave my father full time, maybe because sometimes if you notice whenever I talk to you, I stutter sometimes. So maybe I will be a different person. So maybe life will be different. Maybe as I know, probably have a girlfriend or anything like that. Maybe will be successful growing up, or if something like that. So yes, of course, the media, the American media with cable, and sometimes people go on YouTube, like us, for example, Shensia. Even if it's supposed to know Shensia, the female artist, even she become Americanized to especially when she do an interview with Angela Lee, for example. So yeah, so sometimes you have girls who look up to her and listen to what she was saying. Even remember one time during an interview with Angela Lee asked her if body count if body count matters, and she even get sincere talk. You also talk like say she was saying like body count don't effing matter or something like that. She was saying that she cursed and I say body count don't matter. I was like what? And Shensia even said admit that she would have the anal. If does tell or Shensia Americanized. Like I mean, like ever since she lose her mother, she becomes this different person. Like she changed from Jamaica to American real quick, just like that. But
Mm.
unfortunately, so most of even without the American influence, was still fall off in Jamaica society because sometimes if not the girls actually sometimes us men sometimes the man will act to act what you call it, act entitled to women whenever like I said, whenever we approach women and the woman, sometimes them kind of tell we no, like them tell that they reject we until we no. Then we just get we get angry and then try to offend the woman just like that because they reject we. Not saying all of us Jamaican men are like that, but some of these guys, some of them are like like with the monastery they call them beta males, if you know what I mean.
Okay, I know exactly what you mean. I do understand what you mean. Uh, the same thing I see, honestly, you can go to downtown Atlanta and you'll see the exact same thing. You'll see some guys and you can tell which income bracket or you can tell the average income of their neighborhood. Even if you're not in that neighborhood, you know they come from a particular income bracket. Um, and you'll see them trying to approach women downtown. Well, certainly when I first moved to Atlanta, that was really a thing. They were just aggressive. But when they got turned down, the way they would handle that really would show you that they had not been taught certain coping skills. It would show you that they had been shamed for being rejected before, but they had never been told to expect to be rejected. They had never been told certain things. And I'll be honest with you, growing up with my dad in the house, I was fortunate because my dad told me at a young age, he got me prepared for it. He prepared me for um, certain ways that women are going to act when I was young, before I was even old enough to care, and even old enough to understand why he would tell me this sort of stuff. And to be honest with you, he prepared me as well as he knew. Things changed for my generation, but he didn't know that. So everything he did not tell me was because he did not know about that particular change coming up for my generation and my age group. But it was my dad that prepared me for stuff like that. It was not mom. I mean, my mom meant well. She prepared me for some other things. But even I could tell you firsthand, no, it was my dad that overall prepared me for certain ways that women are going to act, and um, certain egotistical ways that they're going to reject you. And I would say that, yeah, probably so. If you got a chance to live with dad or even just visit him frequently, you probably would have been a different person. But it's not your fault if you didn't have that option. You know, when you're a kid, you don't get to just say and dictate with which parent you're going to live at any particular time. It's not up to you. The only thing that's up to you is how much you're going to take from each parent and how much you're going to emulate. And even then, that's limited by how much time and how much opportunity you have. So I understand. And I'm glad that you realized what this was, because at 23, you're still neurally plastic enough to make certain changes. And even if it takes a lot to make a change, you're still old enough to know what it's going to take, but you're young enough to take that time and everything else that it's going to take and put it into you to make those changes. And so by age, I'd say probably by age 38, by age 28, you could probably be more of who it is that you were hoping to be. At age 25, certain things are going to become clear to you. Just 2 years from now, certain things are going to click that you may have not thought about or that you may have forgotten about right now. Um, and then, by I'm not going to say 30, by age 28, you could be well on that way, almost completely having become who it is that you want to be. Um, and one other thing I wanted to ask, because you said that you don't have a girlfriend, in that culture in which you live, how would people, men and women alike, react if they find out that you're single?
Well, well, some people, well, my friends, well, I only have a few friends, from high school. So one of them might probably, they're not going to see anything wrong with it. Since high school, some of them, you have some of them from high school too. Like they will say, they will say, "What? You don't have a girlfriend?" Like they were surprised too. Some of them even make an effort to even try get me a girlfriend for me. So sometimes they do that. But at one point, yes, sometimes I used to have a girlfriend since high school days. But yeah, I used to have this girl that I used to be with at one point until she leave the country to live in New Jersey. So yeah, some of them will react surprise they react to it, and some they're not gonna care about it that much. So yeah, that's how it is.
Okay, so you're not going to be highly ridiculed. Now, what about not by those from what you said? Now, what about people that just meet you or that don't know you that well, but they find out that you are single at this point, or better yet, they find out that you're single for long stretches at a time? What then would they say?
Well, I think they might be surprised. They might probably be surprised, or I don't know. Maybe them not gonna care. Some of them might probably be surprised if them find me interested. You know,
Okay, so you said they might find. Did you say they might find it interesting?
like if them find like meaning like if them get to know me and they find me interesting, most likely they might probably be surprised about it. But overall, if them if they get to know me, them probably not gonna care that much. Or if you know me, they might say, ask if you have a girlfriend. I'm tell them no. They might say okay or something like that.
I got you. All right, then. So there's not a whole lot of ridicule. What is the likelihood of being assumed to be interested in other men just because you don't have a girlfriend at a particular time? Is that highly likely there, or is it very unlikely?
Well, well, no, them no, it doesn't. Well, Jamaica is actually a third world country, so we don't really assume if a person is gay or anything like that. One time that would happen. One time we will tell if a man is gay if we see probably if we see any evidence about it, like if we act most of the time, usually when we look at a man, if you act feminine, we just say he's a Batman. If you know what I mean, Batman, we call them gay people, Batman in
Yeah.
Jamaica terms, Batman. So
Yep.
yeah, or if we see any evidence, say yeah, that's him being gay, or if you see him involved with another man or anything like that. So overall, if even you if I'm if I ask another man if you have a girlfriend, we're not gonna assume that he's gay. We just ask if you have a girlfriend. So one time we're go one time we're gonna wonder if him gay because if usually if him act feminine instead of masculine.
Okay. So the good thing is that people don't just go straight to that assumption. It's just that, um, well, yeah, it's good that they don't, because honestly, man, stateside, a guy that's single for long stretches at a time uh, will be assumed, not necessarily by everybody, but somebody's going to assume that he is, and rumors will get started very easily. And the funny thing is that simply because of that, a guy could become untrusted around kids. So if a guy is known by enough people to be single for long stretches at a time, especially if he's young, he could be outside jogging, and some kids go past him on bikes or something, and adults who see this will flinch a little bit out of fear for the children. And now it depends again on how many people know. Um, and it depends on other things about them too. But I have seen that firsthand. Um, I know about some guys that just because they just were single for long stretches at a time, and they did not pursue or they didn't chase tail, as we call it, they wound up being suspected. And if you moved to Atlanta when you were a single man, that was a wrap. But to some people, it still is, depending on which part of the country from which you move. But as a matter of fact, in Atlanta, if a single black man moves to Atlanta, the women will assume that he's already into other guys, even if he's not. And most people are not. Most human beings are not into their own gender. That's a rare thing. But we're dealing with that right now. We're dealing with this hypervigilance. Uh, and even though most people actually are not even okay with that kind of behavior, what happens is that African American women, and this is one thing I know that they differ from Jamaican women in. African American women, oftentimes, the majority of them they'll be okay with that kind of lifestyle. But if you are not into that as a man, then they will use that to accuse you. Whenever they need to insult you, then they're going to go ahead and accuse you. With that, they're going to say, oh, okay, well, if as soon as you start to say something about the way that they behave, the way that they roll, um, then they're going to come out with that accusation. And so that might be one thing that's different or better about Jamaican women. But has that changed in recent years? In Jamaica, I mean, have the women changed their attitude towards that sort of thing? Or do they have the same attitude they did in, let's say, 2010?
Well, all right. All right. Well, let me tell you, I think back in the day, well, we never really usually would have fight against it, Usually fight against is the LGBT alphabet gang something, if you know, yeah.
Yeah.
But as of this year, well, not this year, as of a few years ago, probably I'd say by 2019, 2020, 2021, this year too. All of a sudden, you have people condone it. Let me tell you, I think on Instagram you have this makeup art, this kind of popular, this popular makeup artist just get married to another, to another female. One thing is the female, this female she act masculine, meaning she usually wear men clothes or something. She always wear men clothes. That's a perfect example. Those sites on Instagram day before yesterday. So and plus whenever I go on the road, especially in Kingston, Jamaica, mostly in Kingston, like you see some like one or two women like them look masculine, like them just wear look like some of them look like a boy. You might think say he's a boy, but he's actually he's a girl the whole time. I was like I was like back in it. I mean, when I started see these girls just like men, I was like back in the day we never have this. So all of a sudden the women are just like men now. Uh, and only one, most of the time, mostly you see if you come here to Jamaica right now, you see most of the women here them behaving like men. Not behaving like men and just look like men. Only once in a lifetime you see a man act feminine like you have this let me tell you, you have this city in Kingston, they call it New Kingston. It similar remind me of Atlanta, similar to Atlanta because between Atlanta and New Kingston you have the giant the big city, the big buildings them and everything. Usually in the middle of the night you have the gay people, like gay men, that they would like stay out in the middle of the night and try to rob people. Like them just like most of them just like girls. You have this interview on YouTube too, you know. You have this Jamaican interview with like this Jamaican man like him I can go out in the streets of New Kingston, interview the gay the gay man them the man, some of them just look like girls, some of them look like normal men, but them actually gay. So them usually them like you have one of them like you have one of them like the interview this man like he just like girl like one of them like the man even like he might throw like he might throw shots at him own father, like him father him father must kick him out of the house because in fact like him realize him gay. And then the man have on the man the gay the man have on the girl clothes, realize like him might throw like him might disrespect him father on camera. And I say, like, remember him say like him there disrespect him father. Most like him father must kick him out. So so unfortunate to me as of this year, um the gay it's only lesbians just showing up out of nowhere. Like them just act masculine and just like how we would dress up like men. So most of the time, most of the lesbians them doing it more than the gay people. Them on the game, the men who are gay, the most of the time, only once in a lifetime you see one. Unless if you want to go New Kingston, you might see one in the middle of the night. So you have this organization. Let me tell you, you have this name. I think name Equality for All or something like that. It name like it provides some counseling for anybody that is gay or something like that. Like anybody have issues or anybody who struggle with them sexuality, like them bi-curious or something like that.
Okay, I see. So it's not there over there. It does exist in, for what you're saying, it exists in New Kingston at certain times of the night, but that it's not just it's not necessarily an accusation that they just throw around or they just toss around because a guy doesn't have a girlfriend.
Well, no, but let me like let me tell you that in my opinion, like the gay men in Jamaica, them to me them just like that's say them underground. If you know me by underground, meaning say you never to see them, but only in the middle of the night. Like if you go New Kingston, for example, you might probably see them, cause sometimes cause sometimes them homeless too, you know, cause them get they live that is if you know like they live that is gully where at one point back in 2018 police like, go down there and try to like try to get rid of them from the god from this gully section where they have to move out whenever the police coming. Them just move out. 'Cause the reason why the police them have to patrol over there because the gay men them have to, them end up rob people that them act like girl, like most of the time them act like girl for influence a man, just so him and him friends them can just rob him. Like take out them phone, take out them money, anything. Even use knife, like they use knife, just rob them. So so any like what Rick Scarpio was saying that Black American will be killed in Jamaica for calling a man gay for no reason. Yeah, because because all men, if a man call we gay, will get aggressive. We tend to get aggressive and fight against anybody who will try to call us gay. Even me will like get offended too if anybody try to call me gay for no reason. Of course, me not try to, probably not try to fight them or something like that.
Yeah. Well, on one hand, that means that there's a protection for people that are not into that, because you can't just throw that accusation around willy nilly. Whereas, of course, unfortunately, not only in the U.S. but in Black America, um, they can do that, and they will, and they oftentimes do that when they want to disagree with a man. Oh, and to answer your question, BPM. Um, IDNS, I'm going to put it in the chat, BPM, but IDNS stands for intentionally dysfunctional negative stereotype. Again, that's intentionally dysfunctional negative stereotype. Uh, and you, if you wanted to, in English, you can say intentionally dysfunctionally negative stereotype. You can use dysfunctional as an adverb or an adjective. Either way, it's all the same, really, because what we're getting at is it's another way to say Pookie and Ray Ray, except that when I say idness, I'm saying idness because I want to actually single out a behavior, and I don't want to falsely accuse somebody whose name is Ray or somebody whose nickname is Pookie just based on that. So I know when people say Pookie and Ray Ray, I know what they mean. I use idness just to be more specific and to be fair, because I actually know some guys named Ray and Ray Ray. I don't know anybody whose name is actually Pookie, but I know someone whose nickname was and was not idness, a little ethnic, a little country, but not idness though. So back to you, Mr. Gordon. It seems like, fortunately, that there is still that. So I'm kind of shocked to find out that anywhere in Jamaica, those who are into that and actually dress like the other gender could run around in the open. I'm shocked to find out they could do that because back about 20, I remember 2008 and 2009. I remember seeing some news clips about how they got beaten up just for walking outside dressed like women. Just that by itself. Um, and that sometimes police had to come and get them just to rescue them from mobs. But by the same token, I know that there were certain organizations, and they were probably headquartered in Miami. They were pushing for the acceptance of this kind of thing. But on the flip side, it seems like at the very least, if you're not into that, then the good thing is somebody can't just come along and point a finger simply because they don't like what you're saying. Because as you know, in Black America, and part of the idness mindset is that if you said something and you disagreed with African American women, and I mean the majority of them, and they're wrong. That's this. We're right. They're wrong. That's the end of it. Then the first thing they want to do is say that that's how you are, even though they'll have buddies that are into that sort of thing. And oftentimes they're very, very, very accepting, and they want to push this acceptance onto other people beyond just regular acceptance. But they still want to hold this in their back pocket as an insult to pull out with a man with whom they disagree. And it's to the point now where we actually know that if an African American woman points a finger at a man and says that he's into to other men, then we don't believe it. It takes another guy who's openly like that to point the fingers before we would even believe it, because we know that sisters will point, they'll do this as soon as they get mad at somebody. Or if you just reject her. If she comes on to you and you reject her, they pull that. They invariably pull that out. So Jay Moore, you've been waiting patiently, and I appreciate that, sir. And thank you for coming up on short notice, Jay Moore.
You're welcome, sir. How are you doing today? Wait, can you hear me?
So
Yeah, bro, we can hear you.
far, so
Oh, okay,
good.
cool. Cool. Okay, cool.
All right. Now, how do I sound
Um,
to you?
oh, you're good. You're good.
All right, excellent. So now you said in the chat that you lived backyard when you were young, when you were a kid.
Yeah. Um, my mom sent me down there twice, and the first time I go down there, I realized no, the first time I was down there, I was with my cousin and her husband, and it was just like the only place that I kind of like, only place I actually held some like masculine dominance down there, because it just seemed like when I was down there, it's like a lot of the women was running shit, like it was their houses and stuff, and I've rarely seen men. It was only like a couple of men when we go out to the farm, and other than that, it was rare to really see them like doing anything else. And it the way how the women's attitude down there, it was just like with the knowledge I have today, I could clearly say it was a powder keg ready to, blow with the whole feminist stuff and the whole, masculinity problem, because women down there was just naturally like aggressive. And I'm not even my family up here. The women up here, they are basically hyenas or gorillas. Basically, like I had to deal with these damn women trying to put their hands on me, and talking to you like you're crazy or something. And I realized the American like what it's called, compared to Jamaican women back then to how the Jamaican women are up here in America that I live with, is like as soon as they come here to the West, they just kind of, some of them just let loose with the system. I don't know. I, like it was just inevitable when you really look at it, like how the island was already set up, because it was like the dudes are, what's it called? I guess not going, like didn't see that many dudes going to school too when I was down there. So it was just like it just, and what's called, it just seemed like it was just going to fall apart sooner or later, and it was just, feminism was just a tipping point for it, and the internet really.
Okay, got it. So looking back on it now, you can see what was about. You can see what was about to come about, although at that time it wasn't clear to you.
Yeah, but it was just like one thing about Jamaica was already like what's going on here into like the American Black community here. What I see is that you guys are like going into it more, like into that gynocratic stuff, like speeding down that road. But Jamaica was already set up that way for a long time, and now it was just like already like our women are just naturally aggressive. I can't even front. It's just like you got to be able to slap a bitch sometimes in Jamaica. It just seems like, and with these women, so it because that's like in my blood, like with my blood family and stuff. The women in my family, because they know not to put their hands on any one of us or try us because we'll knock them out. So they kind of stay in check. But the other part of my family that's not my blood and everything, like I live with them, they basically simp to their women and become attack dogs and being like the beta males and stuff. And it's just like they will really send their dudes out to be cannon fodder in a way. And it's just and and the what was it called? Thank God that my family, like my actual blood family, actually had more of a masculine, frame to it, because we didn't really tolerate women's bullshit. Even my own mother wouldn't dare try me because she know I'll yoke her ass up. So, and so it's just like, so like, what's it called? I see the difference between what was going on and everything, because don't get it twisted, the women, even on my mom's side, like my blood, they still have that whole, niggas ain't shit kind of mentality and, macho, but they know a right hook. So they kind of keep it in check.
Gotcha. Okay. So even so amongst your blood relatives, they want to act that way with the males in the family. They just know they can't.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. All right.
And I'm like, what's it called? Raised in a single parent household with my mom. And it was just like, I kind of, like once I noticed, like even when I was younger, that why am I even tolerating your bullshit? She dimmed down with any of that stuff. Like she doesn't even try to put her hands on me because she know I wouldn't really put her on her ass. I had to become very dominant when I was like from young age.
Wow. So she was now. Your voice skipped on my end for a second. Exactly which lady was this you had to do this to?
My mom.
Oh dang! I was afraid you said that. The voice broke, but I heard an M in there, and I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure if you were saying something else. I just heard an M, and I didn't really hear the my part. I was afraid though. I was thinking to myself as I asked you the question, please don't let that be his mom. Lord, please. And you said mom. Now, granted, mom has to set you straight when you misbehave. So I assume you're talking about when you were well behaved.
Yeah, like don't get it twisted. When I do something bad, I take my punishment, and like my mom knows me as a person. Like if I do something bad, I admit to it, and I just take my L's and deal with it. But if I'm clearly not doing something bad, or she's going overboard, I'm like, yo, stop, because it's like sometimes she be getting them, women, they're emotional, and so she get very, sometimes she get too mad or some shit, and she acting stupid and kind of threatening my life, so I have to put her back in her place a couple of times. And like I don't try to beat up on my mom, but sometimes she be like, she used to try, really try me. So it's just like, yo, I'm not gonna take your shit. I really will kill you. And she kind of calms down. And plus she still have like like I said, in my blood, like, my actual blood family and stuff. She, like, my grandfather doesn't tolerate bullshit, and my uncles and stuff, and my cousins. So I guess it was just instinctually, I just stepped right into my role about like, yeah, I'm not tolerating your shit. If you keep fucking with me, I'm gonna put you down. But I still respect my mom. I love my mom. She's cool. It's just that sometimes if she doesn't have, I feel like if women doesn't have like a masculine present, they get out of line.
Okay, I see. So, and now Rick Scorpio says that, and I'm going to put this one on the screen as soon as it comes up available. Rick Scorpio says that he's thought for a while that some Jamaican women are worse than American Black women. And this is ironically not the first time I've heard that. Now, my first exposure to folks from the islands was when I went to college at Morehouse in Atlanta. And okay, I can't put your comment up, Rick Scorpio. I'm trying to do it, but I can't put the comment up here in the studio. I can see it on the YouTube screen, but not in the studio here. See, my first exposure to them was when I went to college, and what I realized was that some of the most westernized African women from the continent, I don't mean African Caribbean, but from the continent, some of them were pretty bad and pretty violent. It was a Namibian chick that struck me. And it didn't hurt, fortunately, but I was still shocked. I thought I was going to have to drop her because I thought she was going to come after me again.
I watched my mom bring a knife out on people.
Oh, wow. Okay. And go ahead, finish up.
Oh, it's just like I kind of grew up with women just, being violent around, like just trying to do stupid shit, bringing out weapons and thinking, and I'm just used to it at this point. I mean, if you can hear it in my voice, it's really like, it's just common. But that's why I'm like, you gotta yoke these women back into place. Like, that's one thing I don't like about America itself, is because they don't allow you to slap a bitch when these bitches definitely need to be slapped. So it's just like they think they could press you. So it's the same thing in Jamaica. It's just a different accent if you just really put it, like blatant, blunt.
Yep. Well, I did find out that I did later find out that some of them were aggressive, but I didn't see them aggressive. I didn't think of them as being aggressive just for the sake of being aggressive. What I saw was that they would get angry easily, but because they
Yeah.
stated what the anger was about, the ones that we had in the States, they would tell you what they were angry about. I thought that they were really dealing with some serious provocation. They would say things like, he's not looking after the baby, or um, he's two-timing and philandering, and he's uh, stuff like that. They would actually give a voice to why it was that they were angry when they actually got angry. And then I began to realize that in actuality, sometimes they were too easily provoked, or they didn't need proof for what they were saying. So if you see a
Yep.
woman upset and angry, but she caught a man in the act of doing something wrong, like let's say he said, "I'm going to pick the baby up from school. I don't have work today," and then he's just gone when it's time when school lets out, you would understand why she's angry. But I realized it didn't take a whole lot. I started realizing, I'm gonna tell you what woke me the F up. When some African American women, or I thought they were African American multi-generationally, and I don't mean from the Americas, I mean from the US. I thought they were. They would say certain things just like any other American sister would. Then I find out later that moms came from one of the islands, or that she came from one of the islands when she was young. And so she could go back and forth between, let's say, Bajan English and US English, or Jamaican English and US English, or Trinidadian English and US English. I would find this out later on after hearing them say some dumb stuff that you expect an Ados hyena to say. And we're talking in the 90s, bro. We're talking going back that far. And I said, oh, dang. Something else woke me up. Now I'm gonna ask your age, and then I'm gonna ask because Mr. Gordon gave his age. So roughly, what's your age, sir?
I'm 27.
Okay, all right. So this movie came out. I mean, this movie came out, I think, of maybe 1 or 2 years before I was born. But you guys heard about this movie. You may have even seen it. The Harder They Come.
Yeah, we
I've
hear
heard
about it.
about it.
Okay, all right. So now, Mr. Gordon, did you say that you've seen the movie?
I think I see it, but it was a long time ago. I don't remember how the movie go or so. But I heard, I know the title. I heard based off the song Jimmy Cliff. All that they
Yep.
come.
Okay, that's right. And he was the one that started that movie too. Um,
Yeah,
okay, all right. In that movie, and I'm gonna tell you this mostly for the audience. In that movie, he played a country boy, or I should say country man. He was an adult throughout. He played a country man that went up from the countryside on a bus and went into Kingston. And within hours of being in Kingston, someone stole his luggage. So he had a rough start to the city life. And he made his way to a church, I believe. And as you guys know, Jamaica's got more churches per square mile than any other country in the world. Um, so he went into this church, and the pastor was there, and he was eventually singing in the choir and stuff. But there was this young lady in the choir that was raised by the pastor himself. He raised her like a daughter, and she developed a crush on Jimmy Cliff's character. I forgot the name of the character. So this lady ran off with him. Now, the pastor was upset in the beginning because he knew that she had a crush on him, and that sometimes she even snuck off and saw him. And he said, "You've been fornicating with him and giving him your lips," or something like that. And there's this one scene where some of the church ladies, regular attendees of the church, are gossiping, and they're saying he's just mad because he never had one child of his own, and he wants her for himself, even though he had raised her like a daughter. And that to me sounded exactly like American gossip, just in a different accent and a different dialect of English. And so I started to wonder, what are the similarities? And I saw this movie a little under 20 years ago. Now it was a classic by that point, but that's when I saw it. And so that kind of gave me an idea, but it gave me a suspicion, but I wasn't really sure. And then later on, when I started the channel, some guys from different other islands began to tell me, well, yeah, it's bad in Bahamas. Yeah, Barbados is gone. It's over. It's a wrap. I saw some video clips of Belize that told me how bad it was. And then, of course, a man from Trinidad and Tobago came on a year ago. I mentioned him a while back, a few minutes ago. He came on and told us how bad it had gotten in Trinidad and Tobago. So I began to see this pattern. Anglophone nations in the Americas have Bristophilic black women. That seemed to jump out. But you guys are confirming for me what I suspected when I saw that movie. And another thing too, did you all see Third World Cop?
Heard
No, I
about
did
World
not.
Cup, but I didn't see it one. Heard about it.
Okay, all right. Now that one, Paul Campbell played in that one.
Yeah, Paul Campbell.
Yep, he's been in. I guess I don't even know if you can really make a Jamaican movie without him. Maybe it's not allowed. But he played in that when he actually played the police officer, and in that movie, the criminal that's the closest friend to him from childhood, he's played by that actor Mark Danvers, the same one in the thumbnail that I put up here for this this video. The thumbnail for this live stream has Mark Danvers and Ninja Man on it. Well, Mark Danvers played a criminal that was a childhood friend of the cop, but he had a girlfriend in it. And not only did he have a girlfriend who carried a pistol like him, she was silent. She had one spoken line throughout the movie. One, I remember. But she blew another criminal away to protect Mark Danvers' character. And I wondered how realistic was that? You know, I couldn't understand it because when I watched this movie, I watched it with a friend of mine from Ethiopia. And as you guys know, Ethiopia is a conservative country. Muslims and Christians alike are pretty conservative. So when he saw this, he said, okay, the neighborhood looks like some of the neighborhoods back home in Ethiopia. It's tropical. This actually kind of makes me homesick to a certain extent. But then he said the crime is vastly different. I mean, these guys act like they want to do this crime somewhat. And how the hell does this criminal bring his girlfriend along? In my country, if a guy is committing crimes, he does not bring his girlfriend or his wife along on those crimes. And he probably would not have one. That was the thing he said. And he said that was the major difference was the attitude towards crime and the involvement of a woman in the crime. Those are the two things he said were different. So that made me start to wonder then, okay, why is it so similar to the States? Next movie I'm gonna mention. Trying to remember the name of it, but Paul Campbell was in this one too because he has to be. Is that a Jamaican law, by the way, that Paul Campbell has to be in a Jamaican movie? I'm wondering. I mean, is that legislation or something? I don't remember. I'm sorry. The name is gone. But
Dancehall Queen.
No,
Dancehall Queen.
It's not that one. I did see that one, but it's not Dancehall Queen. It was, but you know what though? I do remember the scene in Dancehall Queen where the daughter said to the mom, "You turned me into a whore, mom." I remember when she said that. But it's not Dancehall Queen. This is more recent, and the guy that Paul Campbell plays a gangster named Solji who used to be in the Jamaican Defense Force. He's a veteran.
Jamaica Mafia.
Okay, the name
of the name Mafia.
Okay,
coming out 2015.
Yeah, sure did. Okay, so the name of it was Jamaican Mafia. That's right. And they were the funny thing. It was so funny because now with different black nationalities at each other's throats all the time. In this one, the Jamaicans were feuding with the Nigerian gang.
Yeah,
and they hated each other. I mean, it's like they're closely related. Because just like we're closely related, they're closely related. Because we now know that about 50% of people that left Africa left through the ports of Dahomey. And the people in Dahomey, because y'all know about that movie Woman King. And that's about the Dahomey Kingdom. Well, we now know that the Dahomey shipped out 50% of the black volume of Africa that was headed for the Americas, not the US, but the Americas. And what I knew about the Dahomey a long time ago was that the Dahomey actually put a lot of people in bondage that lived nearby. and that includes modern day Nigeria. They didn't really go that far to grab people. They grabbed up a lot of their own people. A lot of people that were on them ships were from the Dahomey Kingdom itself, and they were neighbors. So what this means is that we're closely related, but the Jamaicans and the Nigerians were fighting in this when they were feuding. However, again, the Nigerian gang did not involve any of their women in this. The women were left out of it. But you had there was a lady there on the Jamaican mafia, and she was cold-blooded. If y'all saw that movie, y'all know who I'm talking about. I don't know the actress's name, but the other thing too was that the nephew of Solji, I think his last name is Fox. The actor's last name is Fox, if I'm not mistaken. But the nephew Solji said in there, "My voice and my face don't scare anybody." Y'all remember that?
Yeah.
And in that movie, he started, in that movie, when he became sexually active when he got involved with the Jamaican mafia, not before. He actually lived with a nice looking roommate, but they weren't bumping uglies. But he was now sexually selected once he joined the Jamaican mafia in that movie. And that's something that stood out to me because I lived here when I saw that. I lived here in Saudi Arabia.
Sir, you think that is just like the West is like the way how the West always went around conquering stuff, the women are a tool or a weapon too. So that's probably a reason why over here we, use our women with us and the other guys don't.
That might be the case. It's true. Because see, a lot of people tend to forget that Jamaica's a part of the West.
Mm-hmm.
Because of its economy, people don't think it's a Western nation. But geographically and linguistically, it's a Western nation. And people forget. So that mindset, whether it comes through TV or not, that mindset's bound to be there. It absolutely is. So
you remember Ride or Die? That phrase. I'm just saying that phrase, ride or die, like it is kind of is in the same, context of what you're saying of what we do. We want to ride or die per chick with us.
Gotcha. Okay, I see. When you said ride or die, I was thinking, well, I knew the phrase, but I thought you meant I thought you meant it might have been the title of a movie or song. But
no.
Yeah. As a phrase, yep, absolutely. As a matter of fact, one of my homeboys from the Gulf Coast who used to be in them streets just recently put up a Facebook post. And he said he was showing a picture of his wife getting the keys to a new car because he just now got a big promotion and he's starting to collect the bigger salary. But he put a picture and the caption was, "My chick is a ride or die." Now, this is white. It's not just his girlfriend. They're married. But he said, "My chick is a ride or die. She deserves to ride for him." But he used this and he's turned his life around. He's one of those ex-IDNS. He's not an IDNS anymore. He's one of those former IDNS. He's a preacher's son and a lawyer's son that just decided that he had to be IDNS when he was a kid or when he was a teen and a young adult. And he turned it around afterwards, but he even used that phrase, ride or die. And so what you're saying is that in Jamaica, they look for something similar, ride or die, huh?
It's probably that because, our cultures are not too different. We might be on two different, parts of the world, but we're still owned by the same type of people. And, it's just the same thing with a different accent. The whole is overall. So it's because I'm not going to lie, the way how this world works over here, you do want, like, dudes who kind of do want our chicks to fight and die for us too. But I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. I feel like it's probably an internal thing at this point, some type of ethogenetics type of situation.
Mm-hmm. Well, from what they said in the chat, some of it is coming from the island itself, and then some of it is coming through the media. And of course, much of the media there is coming from Canada, the U.S., and the U.K., especially the U.K. and the U.S. U.S. due to proximity, and the U.K. due to former colonialism. And so it seems to be a question of both. And I do wonder what else it is. I wonder how much is internal. Like you,
Wait, just think about the Georgia election. What's going on with that Stacey Abrams chick? it is a kind of a situation of ride or die. She haven't been riding with us, so now we're trying to let her die.
Okay.
So it's kind of the same situation.
Gotcha. All right. It's the same thing over there then. And then truth be told, there's a large. I'm not going to say that there's a large Jamaican population in Atlanta, although it is there. But there is a large Anglophone Caribbean population in Atlanta. If you add up the Trinidadians, just the Trinidadians and the Bajans and the Jamaicans together, it's fairly large. Now you throw in the smaller islands like St. Kitts and Nevis, which are also Anglophone, and the Guyanese, even though they're in South America, but you throw them in as well. And you do have a large Anglophone Caribbean population that's in Atlanta. And truth be told, they haven't talked about this sort of thing in depth in front of me. They really didn't tell me a whole lot because when I lived in Atlanta, this was not, there were just certain things nobody would really talk about. And nobody was going to sit up and admit to how much trouble the women of their society gave them.
Because they got too much pride, they even talk about it. They remember this in Jamaica. A lot of these dudes coming up here, even the chicks, and the way how they've been raised, some of them be coming over here cocky and proudful, and not realize you're coming from a shithole. So it's just like it's a lot of stuff we do talk about it in our families and tribe, but it's just like they don't really bring it out. They don't want to talk. They want to make themselves seem like they're bigger than they really are in a way.
Okay. And is that based on the size of their island relative to the rest of the islands, or is it just having an attitude in general for any reason?
I think it's just naivety. Like it doesn't make any because if they really looked into the history of their island, they could have easily figure out why is everything like this in the first place. But they don't. And now it's all gone. And the ones that actually talk like this is the ones that left the island, usually. Or there's ones over there that's stuck there that can't leave. But a lot of us know that that place is basically gone. We want to help, but at the same time, the way how it's going over here in America, the smart ones could see it's just whoever's been owned by the, you said Anglophone, yeah, it's kind of screwed.
Okay. All right then. So, and you know what? That's the thing I was hoping to get at, the commonality of who used to own us. Because what brings the entire Anglophone Americas together, if you take the US's black population along with the rest of the Anglophone Americas, what ties us in together is not only being taken from home, but being owned by the same people. And this leads to what we're going to have to talk about later on, and that's going to be why it is that the Dominican Republic is a place to which men can go if, let's say, they want to actually have some stability in the family. Forget pay to play, because that's not only am I not allowed to promote it, but pay to play, that means that it's over as soon as as soon as she's paid and you're done. It's not, there's nothing permanent about it. But if you're looking for stability and an actual family, we have to ask the question why it is.
But at the same time, we got to ask these other questions about who's bleaching their skins in these countries if they have these kind of problems. Because it's like, I realize a lot of these other parts of the world that have been owned by slave, like, you could say the Western slave, slavers and stuff. A lot of them have a hatred of self or a skin complexion problem, or like Sammy Sosa. You know what I'm saying? Isn't he Dominican? And he bleached himself to be what? So it's just like, it's a lot of these, because like the other question we got to ask is, do we really want to have kids with some of these people? Because if they're going to be spreading this type of disease of racism, internal racism around, because don't forget, even Brazil, they had that little problem of trying to lighten their skin by, the birth, controlling the birth, like you gonna marry lighter or something, mate lighter. and other people keep doing that. So it's a real disease that nobody wants to talk about at all over here, and everybody thinks they're too high and mighty to talk about the issues of what slavery really done to us.
Okay. All right.
And
So,
yeah,
okay. Okay, then. So, you know what? If that's the case, then I understand why it is that some men would not go to places like even Brazil or the Dominican Republic. Honestly, I got my reasons I wouldn't go. Um, in all honesty, go to I wouldn't go to the Dominican Republic because of the skin bleach. And this
and
idea of what they call mejorando la raza, or improving the race. I don't accept that. I probably, and that's aside from the religious difference. I would not, it's true, I myself would not go. Plus, frankly, I think that Spanish is ghetto. I don't understand them. I learned Spanish and I don't understand Dominicans or Cubans or Puerto Ricans for that matter. So you throw in the skin bleach along with this ghetto Spanish that can change the meaning of what they're saying, and we can't communicate. We're not compatible right off the bat. If she doesn't speak English or Arabic, it's over. It's a wrap. And so I understand to a certain extent. I myself wouldn't, but we will have to have a discussion about why it is that you can, at least you can go to these places and be treated well as a husband, but
because they can
you
still get
can't.
slapped.
But you can't go to.
Like
But see, but from what you said, you can't go to yard. You can't go to yard and get this, or maybe you. And let's say you can't go to the urban centers in yard and get this. Can't go to Barbados. They told me that's gone. The Bahamas, the other Anglophone Americas. But you can go to the DR. You can go to Brazil. You can go to Colombia. You can go to Costa Rica. I'm not really sure about the Francophone Islands or French Guyana. I don't. They didn't really tell me much about those areas. But we know that you can go to the Spanish-speaking nations, and you can find someone that will treat you well. But if you go to the Anglophone ones, you're gonna be fighting. You're gonna be married to another dude, and they're gonna take the kids and run. And I guess we have to discuss what the reason is, and maybe it has to do with who it is that owned us. It's possible that's what it is.
And don't forget this, sir. The skin, depending on your skin color, is the level of how much you're gonna hate yourself. Because don't forget, the whole skin lightening thing is not just a black thing or slave, like people are slaves over here in the West. It's over there in the East too. Don't forget, like what's it called? The Philippines, Vietnam, Korea, all of these other, even Japanese, all and Chinese, all of them want to be lighter. Remember, so they probably got like the lighter ones got, want to be white, so they're not as, what was it called? They're not so OD, but at the same time, you could see like how some of these lighter skinned Asian people be putting on that dang on, long ass gloves and hats and stuff to protect their skin, like, keep the skin from getting darker from the sun and shit like that. So it's just like, I believe a lot of wherever the West really touched, they made this colorism problem. They just made the colorism problem, because don't forget, a lot of the original Asian people were actually darker skinned people. They weren't really lighter. And so it was just like, you kind of see what happened. It's just a lot of countries doesn't talk about it, and they try to mask what happened to them during slavery and make it seem like nothing ever affected them, but it did. Because even the Indians are going through it, the Arabic people are going through it, everybody's going through this crap around the world that's been enslaved, man. And it's nobody want to talk about it. There's a lot of self-hatred and like thanks to white people with the whole, if you ain't white, you ain't right type of situation in the world. It really is fucking with people's minds, and especially the females, because they all want to be the top bitch, but they can't.
Yeah, they actually do. And I know Arabs do go through it. They're beginning to question it now. The youth are. They're beginning to question that at this point. Where I live, there's still some of these. When you get outside of the cities here, and you start getting into the country or towns where they're more Bedouin, even cats my age have not questioned this yet. They don't. They're just not. They take for granted that lighter skin on a woman is more beautiful. End of. How could you think otherwise? They would never think to ask my wife why she married me, but they would ask me why I married my wife, even though everybody agrees that she's cute. And so one guy even asked me, well, why didn't you marry like a white Somali or a half Somali, half Turkish woman with your same complexion? And I had to tell him, frankly, bro, it's because your question is dumb. You should be asking her why she married me. Now, he and I are the same complexion, even though he's a non-black Arab. But I had to say this to him. I have no self-hatred, but I had to say this to him just to get him to question what the hell he asked me about. And my close friend, who's his uncle, actually said to him, look, man, your question was actually kind of offensive. Why would you say something like that? He's black. He's from Africa originally. He does not have any inferiority complex. Matter of fact, he taught the youth to break that. Now, when he said this, I was shocked. So I asked my closest friend's son about this. And he said later on, he calls me uncle. He said to me later on, yeah, uncle, in this town, when you were preaching this stuff back when you lived here, everybody heard it, but they didn't think about it. But after 2020, everybody remembered what you said because of the summer of 2020 with George Floyd and the protests made international news. He said after 2020, they started talking about what you said here in this town, and they got rid of the inferiority complex. But that's the young ones. And this guy telling me this, he's about 22, I think. So he was telling me this, and he was talking about people around his age. The guy that asked me this was in his late 30s, I think. The one that asked me why I married my wife, but didn't ask me why she married me. So, but it is true that the cultures like that is changing with the youth. But it's very true. And I'm pointing this out because the Arabs, if the ones that are Christian, okay, you know what? They're already Christian. And they took it from Europe. They didn't come up with their own. So even though they're in the same neck of the woods that Jesus, peace be upon him, walked around, and Moses and David and Solomon ruled, the point is that they still took a lot of the ideas from European churches. That's why the Christians still worship Jesus the same way that the European Christians do. So they got these same pictures of Jesus. Okay, you know what? You don't expect anything different from them. But the Muslims, it's encoded in the faith. We're not allowed to subscribe to white supremacy or the supremacy of anybody that commits oppression. That's encoded. The oppressor is automatically inferior to whoever he oppresses because he's the oppressor. And this is supposed to be understood. So the Arabs that are Muslim have to actually not know their religion to believe this stuff. But in Saudi, you got guys who studied at religious universities, and they still take this stuff for granted on the subconscious level. Never hatefully, never to the point they would dehumanize you or harm you with something, but just to the extent that they take for granted that you're less attractive to look at to the other gender right off the bat than they are. And the same for the women. At the very least, it's that. And they forget that they come from us. So it's true. I see what you're talking about. It's global. It's international. But the thing is that since that's international, and that's in Jamaica, and it's also in the Spanish-speaking islands, and it's in Guyana, and it's also in the Spanish-speaking nations of South America, then we have to look at that as something that doesn't really change. And then we have to refocus on, so why is it that in the Anglophone nations of the Americas in general, the women are hyenas and baboons? I'm just saying it like that because that's the majority of them. And that's how they choose their men. Even when she's educated, even when she grows up Huxtable, they're choosing their men based on this. But then you can go into, let's say, Costa Rica, and you don't have to be a thug, and she'll treat you well. And if you say to her, listen, throw that skin bleach out, that is not acceptable, there's nothing wrong with you, she'll leave it alone. Because remember, Richie Mack, the travel OG, he told his girlfriend, I forgot her name. Oh man.
Ella?
L. Okay, yeah, L. That's right. I wanted to say Thai Noodle because he says that, but that's his nickname. Boy, I would be respectful calling it Thai Noodle, but yeah, L. He told L, no skin bleach. You find when dark skin is gorgeous. She lays out in the sun. I got an Indonesian audience member, and English is a second language, but he and I chopped it up a little bit. And that man said he told his wife, no skin bleach, get rid of it. She never brought more skin bleach in ever after that.
That's one thing I realized about like other cultures and stuff with the women is that, especially Asian women, when I was talking to them, they like the fact that one thing they like about black dudes, that we actually like them for who they are. We don't want, because they hate their eyes and their skin and their bodies, thinking like, just be you. We don't really care. Just be natural. We don't care about all the extra shit. Stop doing that. And they that's one other thing I think a lot of those chicks really like about us. And I noticed the difference about these other girls over here. Like the ones that's like really Americanized is more like, oh, you know, it's either my way or the highway type of shit, and they don't want to believe what dudes say, or they, I don't. It's just a self hate. Like the self hatred is on like a 10, and it's really like with the darker skinned ones.
Okay, I see. And you know what? I was about to ask you on in Jamaica, what happens if you tell a Jamaican lady, and let's say you married her, you paying the bills, you taking care of everything, and you find out you notice she's getting a little bit paler, and you think it's the winter, or you think she's just been indoors, and then you find skin bleach, and you tell her no more skin bleach, throw this out, and don't bring any more under this roof. What is she going to say? And mind you, I'm talking about when you are paying the cost to be the boss. What's that Jamaican woman going to say when you tell her no more bleach?
Oh well, she better throw that shit out or I'm throwing her out. That's the only two options. I never really had to top. Like one of my, like what's called the last Jamaican girl I dated, she threatened to stab me. I was like, bitch, if you don't kill me, I'm gonna take this knife out, I'm gonna gut you out. And she really ever since then she was the perfect girl. She never acted stupid with me because I guess she knew that I was dead serious, and I'm an ex-Marine. So she really knew I'm like, I will slit your throat. Don't fuck with me. So
because you were trained in hand-to-hand combat, let alone knife-to-hand combat. You got training for that. Marines, they don't teach you guys anything else, no computer skills, and just combat. That's it, right?
Yeah, I'm a grunt. So it's just I'm just dead serious about it. I don't what's it called? I tell the girl I don't like it. Stop it. Like the only girl that gave me real issues about this stuff was my American girlfriend that I had last. When I was telling her to stop wearing weave, she's still putting weave in her head and stuff. And that, like, Jamaican women is really, I guess some of them, it depends on your dominance, how much you really like it. They know that you don't play, they don't fuck around. But some of them do be trying.
Okay. Unfortunately, this is going to lead to a nasty result later, but I'll cover that in a bit. Listen, Mr. Gordon, remind me to never make Jay more angry, okay? I don't think I would do very well with a slit throat. I'm joking. I know they don't just teach you. I know they don't train y'all to commit murders. I'm teasing, but
Nah.
but
I just gotta continue. Sorry,
but I understand that with Jamaican and American women, and again, this is Anglophone women from the Americas. I understand that you got to sit up here and tell her that you dead serious and that you're going to retaliate and consequences be damned. I understand you got to do that because this is something you got to do. And here's the thing with Yankee sisters, I know I could say the exact same thing, and I could have gone to the gym for months at the time I say it. I can say the same thing. I could say, look, if you don't kill me, I'm gonna take this knife out and I'm gonna do it to you. I know that if I say the same thing that you did, because of my appearance, and really all I mean is my phenotype. I don't look like I'm 12 years old. It's not that, but just my phenotype. She would not believe it. She would go grab the knife and force me to do it. That's the Yankee word.
Yeah, right. I'm not even gonna lie. Like, what's it called? With my family, they know the fear of death because they seen me snap before, and they know that I will be dead ass serious about killing them if they try me. These women over here in America, they be. Luckily, I guess the Marine thing kind of helps with the whole them not really trying me part because they see my picture and see me can't walk around with my guns and stuff, so they don't really mess around. But they really do. You have to punch them or punch them in the face for them to realize that you will punch them in the face.
Yeah. To tell the truth, Dr. T. Johnson talked about that. He talked about how it is that with the Yankee, the problem is going to be that you can't pass that test because what happens is you could pass it temporarily, but they're just going to keep on going and keep on repeating the test until you actually fail.
I think all American men should just balls up and start beating the shit out of these women on camera. Like, honestly, like if everybody do it, they're not gonna arrest every last one of you. And I bet if it was just a national ass whooping day, then like for the rest of the year or the rest of their lives, they will never try to put their hands on another man because it'll be another national ass whooping day.
Well, as long as if the retaliation itself goes unpunished because of self-defense, which is legal anyway, certainly, yeah. I mean, the consequences are going to take care of the problem. It's just that,
and especially if there's cameras everywhere too. There's cameras everywhere. Just wait. That's what I always say. Like, if a girl's gonna put their hands on me, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna get right in front of the camera where it's recording. Then I'm gonna beat the shit out of her if she put her hands on me. So I have my excuse. It was like, it's self-defense. You see me walking away, and she still did it, so I beat her ass.
And you know what? Legally, that holds up. Legally, that stands.
Mm-hmm.
The issue is going to be that, unfortunately, the law is not always applied, especially if there's a question as to who did what. I mean, if the camera doesn't catch everything, and that's where they've got all their wiggle room, and so they're going to utilize that. So what they'll do is they'll just continue with the crap test. You pass it temporarily, but they just keep on renewing it. And then either you give in so that you don't wind up wearing handcuffs, or but then you fail, or
that's why I'm just leaving.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I'm now going to tell not only cats in North America, but now this is what I'm gonna tell even Mr. Gordon and even other gentlemen on that island to do. And because I mean, you know, the Bahamas, my audience members from the Bahamas said that already about the Bahamas. They took care of that. But now I'm going to sit up and say to men on that island, I'm going to say to the men in Jamaica, do the same thing. Bounce. Go where you're able to go. And if a lot of the, let's say if the matter of fact, I think the continent has agreements. I think a lot of Western African nations have agreements with the Caribbean nations where you're able to travel on your passport to them as long as you can afford the ticket. I would have to get a visa, which I could do, but you could go on the passport to a lot of these nations. I don't know which ones wouldn't allow you, actually. I'm not sure. So you could do this. And I would say to many of y'all, go, you know what? Go ahead. When you start looking for stability and legacy, go ahead and go back home. Because that island, it's already, it's messed up, just like Barbados and the Bahamas and Trinidad and Belize and Guyana, which are not islands, but you get the idea. And so now that being said, if you guys want to continue over here, it's the prayer time. So I'm going to go ahead and say the prayer. If you guys want to continue this, feel free to. You two can chop it up. And then in about, I think in about 8 minutes, I'll be back. Do you two gentlemen want to continue this until that time?
Okay, I don't mind.
Yeah, sure.
All right, fair enough. Now, can you guys see the chat itself?
I'll grab my other phone.
Yeah, see it on YouTube on my laptop.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, because that'll give you, if anybody has a question for you, to give you guys a chance to answer that. So that being said, I'm not logging out, but I'll be on mute and I'll be back in about 8 minutes. And you guys feel free to catch each other up, if you will, on the States and the island, and answer whatever's in the chat. And I'll see you guys in 8 minutes, inshallah.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yo, what is it like back in Jamaica now, bro? I haven't been there for a minute.
Well, Jamaica, let me tell you, Jamaica, everything, well, where I'm from, right, where I'm at right now, everything all right, you know, but, well, if I'm not sure if you heard, but, well, I think, I'm not sure if you come on earlier, but I think, well, you're supposed to know that the Prime Minister made DNA testing mandatory all summer. Yeah.
Oh, shit. How many people died?
No. Oh yeah. Well, since the year start, you know, I heard that was about 300 odd people, I think. I'm not sure. I heard on the news the other day.
Oh God, that man, that was like the last straw when I as soon as I heard about the damn one testing for like what's called the DNA testing when they're doing like family lineage shit. And
Yeah.
next thing you know, they saying like about 70% of them finding out that majority of the kids ain't even theirs. And I was like, oh hell no. And then I'm hearing from my family and some other Jamaican people that come up here and they tell me about it, and it's like it's all true. There's so many families being destroyed down there. I was like, oh, yup,
Yeah, bro.
I can't.
But one
That's
thing,
disgusting.
yeah, I agree with you. But one thing run through my mind, is like, why do women have to do things like this? Like, suppose, like, give a perfect example. 'Cause you have this, watch a movie
Mm,
the other day. I don't remember the name of the movie. Oh, forgot. Watch it. Think about, hear about this network name, Tubi. You're supposed to hear about
mm,
it. Yeah, them show
yeah, I got it.
underrated movies. Yeah, you have this movie where, let me tell you, like, you have a father, like him, find out say when I'm children don't belong to him.
Mm,
Actually belong to him brother. Means say his son actually him never him the whole time. So at first, let me tell you, like, the son get involved in one local accident, and doctor
mm,
say in order for the son to get back better or to save him life, the father have to do a blood transfusion. So
mm,
at the time the father run the DNA test until he find out say the son don't belong to him. Find out say find out from the mother find no
mm,
say it was him brother the whole time, him brother. So the brother the brother decided to run the DNA do the blood transfusion of receiving biological son life. So yeah, that's a problem that I have. So that's what I was trying to say is that suppose anything could have happened to one of them um most likely like the boy picking them, the boy the children them for example no, like the sons them for example like say him get sick or probably like say if you cannot get poison or end up getting his accident or anything, and doctor them
mm,
say in order to save him life you have to the biological father have to do a blood transfusion, especially if he male related means say they have to do a blood transfusion in order to save him life. And though just to
mm,
do, and then here or do the DNA test to find out say the child will belong to him. That means that so by default, suppose that anything come to that, that means that the mother should that means that the mother don't really love her son that much fever. For me
man,
fever having son go through something like this. Like find out say because the son deserve to know who him real father who is
hmm
the real father. So of course it will be a major problem.
Man, I already had to warn my mama about this stuff because I was like, look, if I ever find out that you ever was trying to manipulate me or use me against my dad or did anything wicked like this, I'm gonna beat your ass. And I mean, I'm gonna beat you with an inch of your life. And she knows I'm dead ass serious because I'm not playing none of this game. I'm not playing with that's wicked. That's some evil shit right there.
I tell
To
you, bro.
and the fact that they what's it called about the child, like what are you like, you destroying you're not even destroying the man's life, the father's life, you're destroying that kid's life because now he done like everything is a lie.
Yeah, for so many years, like him get robbed. Live a life, like just look like painful. People
Hmm
live a life for so many years. Just find out say it's a lie the whole time. Just like when you
man.
get red pill.
Hmm and that's the shit. I'm like, if I ever like if that ever was me, I'm just leaving the kid to die. I can't. I like at the end of the day, whatever that father choose to do is what he wants. And that's I agree with it because that is just messed up. Because that's a like, man, I couldn't waste my time raising a kid that ain't mine. And I'm definitely going for that mandatory DNA test. I'm telling all my cousins and my family this shit and giving the numbers, like the statistics to back it up because I refuse like to let any of them get caught up in this shit. Use the tools that we have here.
Yeah,
And I mean, you seen what happened with France. They banned that whole entire DNA test over there because they know those women was probably all screwing the same dudes.
oh my God, France. That's why
Mm-hmm.
when I heard about it, I said I would never live in France, never.
Mm-hmm. This shit
And
is just. Go ahead.
yeah, and let me tell you that the prime minister, I think we know, we can understand, just assume why he make it mandatory in the first place, because plus him have two sons, he can marry the two sons,
Mm,
the prime minister Andrew Onis, he married the two sons, so basically both times son them most likely are going probably get paternity fraud as well depends on how them carry themselves. And can remember said them are, both of them are sons of the prime minister, so basically if them any woman then get involved with them, can the woman can just trick them into take care of another child that don't belong to them.
Mm,
Cause especially if them financially stable, thanks to them, because based on the fact that their father is the prime minister.
mm,
But I look at it. Look, just like we mentioned manipulation earlier. Look to
mm,
50 Cent's son, for example. Even though that's a different story. Only paternity fraud, because already obviously 50 Cent's son belong to him, because them look alike.
mm.
Look at him team now. He might have problems with him, like he might have problems with his son. Like him, if you're supposed to hear about that story, like him get
Yeah,
marked
I know, I see
ungrateful.
it.
Yeah,
Yeah, and I'm like, wait a minute. Hearing somebody he's sending 6,000 something a month or something. I'm like, yo, that's good. What the fuck you talking about? That's the best father I ever heard in my life to be spending that much every single month for you and your mama. Like, you ungrateful piece of shit.
and it's good money too for Jamaicans too,
Yeah, exactly, man. If you were living with oh my God, $6,000 a month in Jamaica, you'd be living like a king of a king of a king.
Exactly. But disappointed if you said this gum. I mean, I said, even I swear, you don't know the film like the feel the same be a mother to wicked. To tell you the truth,
Mm-hmm.
because can you imagine if the same want his son try to run a shoes store or something like that, and the
Mm,
woman take the man money and run and try to keep on some boutique. What? And son could just take the shoes money. You could get rich by default, him and him father
mm,
will make millions.
mm. Man, that if something bad is gonna have to happen for that kid to snap out of what he's because he's clearly being brainwashed by his mom, or is he, or if he's willfully. No way, because I seen how he was talking before. That dude, yeah, he's just being manipulated by his mom. He needs to get away from her and actually see what actual men go through in the real world, because that's just messed up. I, Nah, even
But
with like me, what my dad goes through and all that shit, I still can't hold that against him and everything. I can't do that. Be ungrateful.
no, but God forbid, but if you ever go through the same thing, the 50 Cent go through, you probably don't understand. But me not,
Mm,
cause you're not a children. The last time I checked, no.
mm,
But 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 pray for him say maybe one day he might go wake up and say his mother they try to slow him down this whole time.
yeah, I think it's just gonna take some time for him to wake up. He's still young, so he's still underneath her wing in a way. So I believe once he gets away from her, he's probably gonna apologize to his dad soon. Hopefully, he should,
Yeah,
because it's like, because you can't really blame the kid for being raised to be like that. He's clearly being manipulated and brainwashed. So it's just like, I'm hoping that he grows out of it, but I hope he's not being willfully like this. That is just messed up. But I'm really thinking it's like he's just still being controlled by his mom. He's still young. I hope he wants to break away from her.
yeah. And plus, in birthday I come up well. Birthday on the 13th of October. So I'm gonna turn
Mhm.
probably 27 or 26. I don't remember. Something like that.
Wait. How old is he?
I heard that he's 26.
Oh,
Or
never mind. He's screwed. I don't care. I mean, dang. To be, you too. He's too old to be acting like that. I'm thinking he was still in his damn teens or early 20s. Not this like the
no,
same
no,
age as me.
97. Oh, I'm born 97. So
Oh, he's what's it called? 2 years and even that's still dang no. I, I'm hoping he snaps out of it soon, because that's just bad. Because
me
he's
too,
holding
but
a resentment to his father that he shouldn't be holding in the first place. And like, yeah, he's just holding a resentment to him that he shouldn't even have. He should be looking back at his mother. Why are they in this situation in the first place?
exactly. Quite obvious. Mother, because if I look on it, it's kind of obvious why. Because he could be successful by now, but his mother, like him
24.
just his mother just too like him mother's too bitter. Like,
Hmm.
why have you tried hurt the son like that?
Hmm.
You just show how selfish she is.
Exactly, and that's on like that's another thing I don't like about the laws up here, right? Because clearly they're what's it called? Like lowering the statistics or whatever, like what's called manipulating the facts about how dangerous these women truly are and
Putting
to
up
their
numbers.
kids and stuff. And it's really messed up to see this, that they're keeping their kids away from their fathers, and they're clearly weaponizing these kids. Like what's called majority, what's called 80% of the kids that people that's in jail are coming from single parent households over here.
Yeah,
These
that's
women
what I
are
heard.
dangerous to the whole family. Like it's the what was it called? I was finding out about the whole, the burning of the Library of Alexandria, like the Cleopatra bitch that was messing with the two damn kings from different damn nations and stuff, and that's what's that led to the downfall and letting that whole damn library being burnt to a crisp because that bitch was in control. I realized when you leave women in control, is just the downfall of any society.
Yeah, the same thing. Kevin Samuel say women should never be in charge of anything.
It's true.
Yeah, them too
Like
emotional.
mm, every great nation
Oh,
falls because of like they giving their women too much power, going into a female state of mind.
exactly.
We ourselves were told not to put them in charge of nations. We were
Hmm.
told not. We weren't told to not put them in charge of anything, but we were told not to put them in charge of nations. Though that's what we were said. We were told. We were instructed. Don't put them over a country. And it's one thing to have them as ministers of certain departments, things like that, but putting them as the heads of state was is actually, some people see it as an undue burden on them, not something that they should even have to go through. Um,
Hmm.
and the funny thing about this is that Cortez Smith is on to something. He says that a lot of sisters love to glorify Cleopatra. What they don't know is that Cleopatra was Greek. Now, some people say that her dad was a black Greek. Some people say she was just completely Greek. But Cleopatra was Greek. She was actually not Egyptian. Nefertiti was the one that was a black Egyptian.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Sorry, that one.
Yes.
Well, okay, it may have been her that was in charge. I can't remember who was in charge when Alexander the Macedonian went in. He was the one that I was told ordered the burning of the library there. Ironically,
Mm.
he didn't make it down past. He didn't make it down past Egypt. When he went into what's now the Sudan, I think that at that point they called it Kush. He met with the queen. Now, some people say that her name
Mm.
was Amarenas, and some say that there's no way to know her name. But he did meet
Mm.
with a queen of Sudan, but her army
Mm.
was men and they were archers. They met, they talked. He turned around and he ordered his army to turn back. They were not even going to go in and fight them. Now we don't know
Mm.
what they talked about in that tent, what the agreement was, but we do know that she had one of the best archer armies that there were,
Mm.
and the title in their language for the queen was Kandake, and that's where the word Candace comes from today. So
Mm.
there was a woman that turned back Alexander the Macedonian, but by the same token, let's not act like she had an army of none but ladies. This is not one of those female king type movies.
Mm.
But sisters will glorify, because see, again, part of that IDNS culture that I'm talking about, it's not just in the love of violence, it's also in not reading and learning history. And it shows
Mm.
when people decide, okay, I don't want to be IDNS no more. Okay, great. But then they don't want to meet that Malcolm X standard of reform. And the Malcolm X standard of reform is that you take on the opposite attitude towards knowledge and education that the IDNS have. They look down on
Mm.
knowledge and education, or they try to make it a cool fad at the best. Malcolm X, when he was incarcerated, before he knew he was going to get a parole, he went to that library and he taught himself, and he started with the dictionary so that he would know what words meant. Then he became literate in English, and he didn't sound like he didn't sound like a Clarence Thomas today, but when he came out, you could tell he was one of us. You could tell he wasn't
Mm.
a sellout, but he was educated. He was self-taught, and that was everything. And now, even when someone decides they don't want to be IDNS anymore and they want to hit the lecture circuit telling the youth what not to do, they still don't want to crack a book and actually be able to give facts and figures.
Hmm. And that's the
And
biggest downfall I see of this, like majority of our communities, is that is a lack of actual history. And like, what's it called? I was raised in a Christian household, like a Jamaican Christian household, and I could tell you this is just a one-off from the damn same Christianity they were teaching during the slavery shit. They don't even want to question their religion at all, or question how they're using it, and how they're like even how they punish their kids and stuff is like the same methods that they will use during slavery type stuff. And it's just bad overall. I really just see the downfall.
yeah, it is bad overall. And you know what? I really wouldn't be shocked if they teach the same type of Christianity that was on them slave ships, because we both had to be on slave ships to become Jamaican, American, Bayesian, anything in the New World.
Hmm.
And so there was, of course, they weren't going to teach anything that was revolutionary, as we understand. I mean, hell, if I had to hold somebody in bondage, there's certain things I would never tell them. If I'm going to oppress someone, as a matter of fact, if I'm going to oppress someone to hold them in bondage, I probably would not teach them about Islam.
Hmm. That's what they told even the what's it called, the people that was owning us as slaves and stuff. They told them not to teach us anything about the Bible, because the Bible was telling them how to be free.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing is that when you start teaching people that, I mean, at that point, you pretty much have to use a moral reason to justify their bondage or their enslavement. Now, if you're going to talk about a crime that they actually did, that's different. But to tell someone that they deserve to be enslaved because of the DNA of their parents, you can't really morally justify that. So you have to keep a certain amount of morals away from them. So I'm not shocked that in Jamaica they would have that same type of Christianity we had on the plantations in the States. And I'm not shocked that the discipline of the children would be very reminiscent of the slave master's discipline of whoever they own. I'm not shocked about that, because
And it's just a willful ignorance. That's the other thing too. They know what they're doing, but they don't change. So that's another thing that kind of pissed me off. They don't even want to willfully. They tell you to read a book, but they won't read a book to themselves. That makes no sense.
that's when you hear them start saying, "Do your research, look it up," and they don't tell you where to look.
Yep.
Mhm.
Like I had my auntie try to tell me like not to you're like, you shouldn't be going on YouTube to be looking up information, because you go down a rabbit hole. Then she sent me a YouTube link. I was like, are you stupid or retarded?
Oh boy. Oh my God. That's no. Sent the YouTube link to tell you why you shouldn't be on YouTube.
Like, exactly. I was like, are you like you?
Oh God have mercy. Okay. And you know, the funny thing is that video did not get flagged or taken down, but they took down Andrew Tate because he was telling guys how to not be suckers and marks.
Exactly.
To opportunistic women. And
Exactly.
honestly, man, I mean, if we sit up here and we start, you know what? I'm shocked they didn't go after Andrew Holness. I bet you somebody's going to go after him after this. How long ago did he make that rule that DNA testing is mandatory?
Since someone, but I'm gonna pray for him that nobody don't go against him about this, cause because we have a problem out here with this paternity fraud since day one. So no,
Hmm.
I don't know, bro.
And honestly,
Yeah.
this one might be might be the only thing that can probably fix Jamaica, because it's like the only last little thread to keep some semblance of sanity there, and maybe revert it back. Because once you could call out girls on their bullshit, that's when reality could kind of set in.
Mm-hmm. And
So
yeah, well, it was necessary. It's going to be bad for a lot of them kids that really, the kids that thought they knew who dad was, and all of a sudden that man don't come around anymore because it's not his job to, and he's got to look after those who are his own. It's going to be bad for not only for the mothers, but it's going to be bad for them kids. However, it's again, it ain't the men's fault. I mean,
yeah, those kids are going to use that mother as a punching bag. Watch.
You said the kid will use them as a punching bag?
Yeah, their kids are going to beat the shit out of their mama. Watch, especially the male ones. Oh, you did what now? You made me. Oh, heck, mama, you about to get your ass stomped out. It's about
Well,
to be an ass whooping.
ironically, in the States, as you know, the Ado's mother could do something like that, and she's still untouchable. I mean, the worst that the kid could do is leave her. And as a matter of fact, we saw
Mm,
that in that movie Jamaican Mafia, where the main character found out that his dad had been alive, and that his dad died later than what he thought, later than what his mother
mm,
told him, that he'd actually been alive looking for the boy. And he went back and
mm.
said, "I just found out he." Remember the scene where he went to the where his mom works and said, "I found out he was alive. Why did you tell me he was dead?" And she says, "Because he had another woman." And he says, "I don't
Yeah.
care. You stopped me from knowing anything about him." But he didn't beat her. He just had to. He cut her off and he left her. Even in that
Yeah.
movie,
I think I remember.
she was above a butt whooping. And so, but then again, that scene took place in New York. It was just between two Jamaicans, but it was in New York that the scene happened.
Okay,
But
that's the
that's
same man's option, actually, to walk away.
mhm, I
That's
see.
the same one.
Mm.
Yeah, makes sense. But you know what, man? Unfortunately, I could see what I guess so. I mean, if back on the island, there's a chance that she could get that butt whooped, and he doesn't wear handcuffs for it, then I could see how that would eventually set things right. The thing is, what I'm wondering though is that if that can happen, and a man does not wear handcuffs after he goes upside a woman's onion on that island, why do these women
I
act
mean,
on
you seen what happened to gay dudes back in the day, and you seen what used to happen to them. I don't think it's really Jamaica's not that far from switching back over to beating the shit out of people again for doing stupid shit. I mean, you just got to grow some balls and start slapping these hoes. Yeah, like that's the only way to fix this shit is just beating some sense back into them.
Mhm.
And now with this paternity fraud thing, like being, fixed, this will be a good legal way to beat the shit out of these women. And cops and stuff can't really get mad at you for beating the shit out of a woman because I found out these kids wasn't mine.
And I
What's the
bet
cop going to do, really?
yeah.
So I bet the cops will even help beat her ass some more, too, and send her ass to jail.
Well, you know, but I guess what I'm wondering is that with the women acting this way back back in Jamaica, were they acting the way that they were acting because they weren't being because they could not be hit, or are they acting that way simply because they were not being hit because there was no proof?
I think it might be both, but remember, DNA tests just came in, so they were probably doing this same shit all this time without us even knowing before DNA testing.
Hmm.
So it's probably just the same difference. Like now, since we got the DNA test and they actually made it put us on equal ground, because remember that whole mama's baby, papa's maybe shit that was common in Jamaica for a long, long time. So now
Yeah.
this might set the roles straight.
Now, as
'Cause,
far as the way that they were acting in general, not just the paternity fraud, but the general
mm,
disrespect and attitude that you all were saying that yard women have for yard men, what was the reason for that? Was it again? Was it just because the men weren't striking them, because the men were desensitized, or is it because going upside their head just didn't work?
it's really like I said, my family, us dudes, we're known to we'll set our woman straight if she really tries us. So they don't, act stupid with us. They still got the mindset, but we kind of keep it, in check. Other dudes that don't do it, it just run loose. And there's a lot of dudes that kind of probably went down with the whole not putting their hands on chicks. Because remember, like before that whole, don't put your hands on a girl thing, it was a lot. We were a lot of beat a bitch's ass. And it's like, I don't know. It's really,
Okay.
is it really like a mixture of it? Like because like I said, in my actual bloodline, we kind of keep the women in check, but the other ones that wasn't in my blood, they were like them that didn't keep their women in check was acting rowdy. But I believe both of the women are still the same type of woman. It just depends on the man who's doing it and really the laws. Like, and especially the DNA testing thing, like I said before, that came in now. If a bitch acts stupid, I got a right to beat your ass.
Okay. So what you're saying is that what's going on is that yard women are really just going as far as they can go, but the men are freer to draw the line where they want to draw it. And in your case, the men draw the line more reasonably, whereas in other cases they test these other guys and just get better results, and that's why they act like that. Well, I
pretty
should not better,
much.
but they test these guys to get more convenient results for themselves, and that's why they act this way.
Hmm.
So it seems like it seems like in Jamaica they're trying to act like Yankee broads, but you're freer to draw the line at a safe distance from yourself and say, I will punish you if you do this, and I won't
It's
punish you
not
if
hard
you
to make a person disappear in Jamaica. I mean,
don't.
do you really want to test that out?
I see. Okay,
Yeah, that's
gotcha.
true.
Ah, okay, okay. So they'll
So
act
I
that
mean, like
way.
we got the fear of death on our side. Like they know they could die. Like why do you think they probably don't want the DNA mandatory DNA testing? Because it'll be a purge on that island real quick.
Okay, got it. Okay, and it won't always be by bullet either.
Yeah, it'll be with a machete. We look you right in your eye and chop you to death.
Okay, yeah, I can see why some of them were against that then, because that's a painful way to die. Um, Very painful. I mean, that's not the same as a bullet. Hell, I'm sure that's worse than
Mm-hmm.
drowning, actually. And I know
Yeah.
drowning's available because you got a whole lot of rivers, lakes, and ocean. Um,
Hmm.
but
Yeah,
you know that machete that's much more painful. So
It's personal too.
yeah, yeah, it absolutely is. It's if I had to take somebody out, I wouldn't resort to that because of the amount of blood. But Yeah, I get it. I get it. And so now they're gonna have to face their judgment. They're not gonna be able to get away from it because
You remember that
um
movie Shot Us?
absolutely.
yeah,
You remember Mad Max?
Yep.
yeah. Mad Max.
That's
With
basically all of
Sutherland.
us. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's all of us basically. We'll go to that level of shit. Like it'll be personal.
Wow. Okay. Yep. Yeah, I do remember Mad Max. Absolutely. Matter of fact, did they ever make a sequel to that or is there only the first one out?
They only made.
Yeah.
I think they only made one. Wait.
I think they make a sequel. I have to go look it up.
Mm.
Shutters 2 or something like that. They made. I think I see it somewhere, but I didn't get to watch it. I have to go look it up.
Then I'm about
Okay.
to look it up too. Shoot.
All right, but I know they didn't get to put. I mean, if they did make one, it was after Louis Rankin passed away. Um, because I don't know, I forgot how long ago he passed away, but it must have been it must have been after that point, or he just wasn't in the second or third one, I guess, because he would have said something. He would have been talking about it if they had made a sequel. So I got to find that one too, and I got to find a way to download that one here. Um, so in any case, yeah, I guess if you got a bunch of Mad Maxes walking around that island, if they're pushed to that level, and that is a major offense, that to do that to a man, to genetically insult a man at that level like that, then we're probably looking at a situation in which there will be more ladies flying into that island because somebody's going to have to replace the ones that are going to be taken out, and I'm sure it's going to be a lot of them because y'all said 70% of the ones that are tested. And that's no accident. I'm gonna tell y'all
Hmm.
what that means though, because this is some information I can give you guys as a Yankee. When it reaches the level of 70%, whether 70% for the whole population or just those that have been tested, because the two can't be too far apart once you have a large enough
Hmm.
sample size. What that means is that in those hair salons and any other places where they are that men are not, they are telling each other how to do these things. And they're
Hmm.
encouraging each other to do these things. They are actually discouraging each other from using their peace sleeves responsibly. That's what that means. That means it's a subculture they got. They're telling each other, why are you with him? Why did you actually have his kids? You could have gone and slept with that dude and then made this one over here think that he was the pappy and raised them babies. Um, but they could have actually been from this other guy over here, somebody that would have. And of course, when they're doing this, the guys who actually are siring the next generation are the same ones that slave owners would have sold and bought for top dollar back during the time when bondage was legal. If you notice the way these women
Hmm.
who's worthy of going into the next generation genetically, it's the same thing, same look, stronger body, weak of mind, and
Yeah.
full of muscle but easy to control. This exact same thing, and that means they're sitting up in these hair salons and they're saying to each other, "Girl, look," just with a different accent. That means they're sitting up and saying to each other, "Girl, look, you don't have to actually have that guy's babies just because he's making the money and you married him. You can have the other ones. Girl, look, this is what you do. Whenever you do slip up, then you as soon as you slip up, then you either get your husband drunk and then you take everything off and he wakes up the next day and he thinks y'all did it, or you actually do something with your husband so that he thinks it's his. That's how you cover your tracks. But don't actually go out here and have these responsible guys kids, because those aren't buck Negroes that would have got top dollar on the plantation. That's what they're doing. So you got a 70% heart rate, bro, to the point that Holding had to make mandatory testing. Then that means that they're telling each other how to work the system and how to trick men. That means they're already your enemies.
Yeah, and the DNA test, what's called, balance the whole scales out now, and that's why you see a lot of countries are trying to fight back on doing mandatory DNA testing, because they know once they do that, all their power that they had by using these chicks and shit will go right out the window. Because every man here, and one thing even I know in America, I think every man has a tipping point. If they found out all their kids wasn't theirs and shit, they will start slaughtering these women. Because that's how America even started, with slaughtering people in the first place. I think we'll go right back to that real quick.
Well, I doubt that a lot of Yankee men would actually start slaughtering, but one way they might do that is if the testing showed that a whole bunch of guys were in fact not the dads, but then on top of that, they were told you still got to pay, and this became uniform. Because right now with some states,
oh yeah,
if they backed men into a corner and said, "So what? You still on the hook?" Then that's when you have more men doing this. I think, but it would have to be
that.
And that's when you probably have more men saying, "You know what? I'm gonna be a hero in the prison anyway. So, you know what? Chop chop." But the thing is that I think a lot of Yankee men would try to just escape and work on the ground first if they could do it. I think but if there's no other option, then you could probably get Yankee men to start slaughtering. Then again,
because remember, the Yankee men are like smart enough not to have kids nowadays too. So it's just like it's a way to protect themselves from getting caught up. They're probably just thinking their way, like how to get out of this system, safely. Because kids are now a weapon and a threat. I don't even want to have kids because I know that's a way. That's chains. That's me being a slave, physically and financially, and probably mentally too.
It absolutely is. That's how they use stateside. That's true. And another thing too is that if what you're saying is the case, that more and more are deciding they're not going to fall into that, I'm glad to hear it, because I'm speaking as a guy that hasn't lived there in more than 8.5 years. I've just visited. So if things have changed, I'm glad to find out that men have gotten smarter. I absolutely am, because they don't. That's not something that the broads over there deserve. They don't deserve that sort of hooking to guys. And if, in fact, men wholesale start practicing male chastity over there, then what's going to have to happen? It's going to be ain't but two ways that everything can go from there. One way is that more and more men are going to be free to leave when they want to leave, and they're going to want to.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing is that the ladies and the legislators that are in their pockets are going to, I shouldn't say ladies, the hyenas and the legislators that are in their pockets are going to have to go ahead and uniformly across the board, state to state, and then federally legislate that whoever they blame is on the hook. And they have to be bold and open with it, which of course would tell everybody right off the bat what's going on.
And that's like, they're not going to really try to do that here, I bet, because if they even like at the way things are going, dudes are going to start leaving most likely, or just stay, if they're broke, just staying celibate and not getting caught up in the any type of stuff. But they're going to try to probably, up the laws and try to get dudes to basically, have kids and everything like that, and try by any means to keep them trapped here. But if they bring out any of those types of laws, that's when it's just like, okay, fuck these bitches. I'm going to knock you the fuck out or leave. Those two options. Most likely leave, but definitely going to knock a bitch out.
Well, if they bring about those kinds of laws, then what the ladies are going to push for is going to be a situation similar to France, and they're going to uphold the French model. And they're going to push the legislators for that. They're going to say, well, listen, don't even allow the testing, first of all. Just take our word for it. and then when they're on the hook and they fall behind, they can't leave anyway. This way, we can trap them from leaving. So that would force men to do would be to actually blend in. I mean, not blend. It would force men to, as Lion of MGTOW says, ghost, or force men to, blend in with the background, so to speak.
Mm,
It would force guys to try to be so that in fact no lady would even look at them and think, you know what, let me put this on him. So I mean, you would have guys walking around in wheelchairs and stuff uh, that can walk, just rolling themselves around in the hopes that women would not, in the hopes that a lady would be too embarrassed to bring him to court and say, yeah, he's the pappy. Because what they're going to push for, they're not going to push for, let's say, testing and then disregard the testing. They're going to push for no testing at all in the first place and just take their word for it, because that streamlines everything. Or maybe they'll push for testing, but then to disregard it as a backup plan to no testing at all. They may push for that.
But
What I'm
that's
saying
when I
is,
won't feel sorry for these dudes. If they fall for that, that's just them getting caught up, because a smart man will realize that these traps are being put up. And if you're smart, you should be warning your brothers and your other male friends and everything, just in case. And like, because then, like, a smart man could see this shit coming. It's not. It might be chess, but you can see it as checkers too. It's not that 1 + 1 is 2. Like, if you don't see this shit, you're just a fool.
well, what I was getting at is that they're going to push for a situation in which, either way it goes, what they're going to be pushing for is a situation in which once they name you, you're on the hook.
Mm. Oh yeah. I seen. Yeah, you heard about that whole what's it called? That paternity, like, no, what's it called? As soon as the girl say that she's pregnant or find out that she's pregnant, whoever is the baby father, she gonna name the baby father, is they're gonna try to get what's called child support from right there. And they're
Yeah.
not even going to DNA test the chick. And I was like, oh, hell no. That's why I was just like, at a certain point, I think dudes are just saying like they're not going to even have kids or even touch these women, because they're already putting out these laws to try to trap us by any means. So a smart person that's paying attention will, should just avoid this shit.
You should avoid it. That's true. However, once her word is taken for it, you don't have to actually touch them for them to accuse you. And that's what
I didn't even think that deep too. Damn.
that's what
You're right.
they're going to shoot for that.
Because then they doing that in certain states about like what as soon as a kid get born and shit, they you don't even need the father to be there, so she just writes your name onto the birth certificate and say that you're the father. Now the dude's paying child support for a kid that ain't his.
That
That's
to
what they
a
want.
man in I would say
Okay.
that to a man in Detroit, Michigan. It's supposed to see the news
Mm.
where this woman put him name on the birth certificate as the father, even though he never touched the woman, none at all. Like
Mm-hmm. I think I
it's a
seen that.
news, yeah, it's a news report.
Well, that's the thing. See, that happened there, and I'm not sure exactly. Um, I'm not sure exactly what the laws were that allowed for that, but I think the judge found out that he wasn't, and still said, "Yeah, but you're on the hook."
Yeah, they do that a lot.
And there's another case where a guy fought it, and legally the judge had to go ahead and let him off the hook, but the judge said, "I can't believe you took it this far to fight this," and he was like, "But it's not mine. I don't see why you have a problem with that." Um, but see, that's just it. When men start to practice male chastity, which I still think we should do, what's going to happen is that they're going to either the men are going to be leaving in large numbers and soon and at younger ages, hopefully,
Mm-hmm.
or the ladies are going to have to start pushing and campaigning with the legislators for a legal situation in which they have all the power and they can simply put on the hook whoever they want to put on the hook. And that way it doesn't matter. You could be smart. If she notices you, but she doesn't want to bump uglies with you and you never touched her, she'll put you on the hook because she notices
So
you.
basically, it's the 13th Amendment. Like, how they say you're free. No, slavery is illegal except for unless you go to jail or something. So
Mhm.
basically, they're pulling the 13th Amendment, like with the black codes that came in after slavery here. And so basically, you pissed off the white dude. You looked at him wrong. Go to jail for the rest of your life, type shit.
Exactly. That's exactly what they're going to push for, something like that, where it doesn't matter how smart you are, as long as they notice you. And the best way to avoid that is that you'll have to appear to have less than what you have.
Mm-hmm.
That's how you're going to avoid it, because as LOM stated, once they're looking for something like that, they're going to look for one guy to do the breeding, but they're going to look for someone else to do the feeding, and they're going to look for, and it's also something that Mr. Gordon pointed out from the very beginning, that they're going to look for the more financially stable guy on whom to pin paternity, so that they can extract the
Mm-hmm.
resources. So the best thing to do is to appear to have less than what you actually have. This will change the culture for Black men, because right now in Jamaica and the States, and pretty much the Anglophone Americas, we peacock for the broads, for the hyenas.
Yo, they're about to turn these kids into like what was it called? They're about to make men have to just start killing these kids instead of like, oh, you want me to pay how much for this? Kill the damn kid. Screw it. You're not gonna make me pay anymore. The kid is dead.
And that's a sad situation right there, because the kids really didn't do anything to provoke it. But that's
Yeah, and
what they
that's what's
wind up
it's
doing.
messed up, but that's how life is gonna be. Because
You know,
remember back in the day, we used to kill off twins because we thought they were demons.
mm,
But now these kids are being used as actual weapons, like what was it called? Like Bush said, weapons of mass destruction. These kids are literal weapons of mass destruction. We got to exterminate them at a certain point, it seems like.
well, it would make more sense really to take out the moms, because they're a guilty party. Because if you leave the moms alive, and you take out the kids, what's going to happen is that the moms will turn around and do the same thing to another guy. So, and then of course the man has to become a child killer, and you don't want to be in prison for something like that, even if it was to get off the hook for paternity that wasn't yours. You know how that goes. You don't want to be in prison in Jamaica or the
Yeah,
States for that kind of crime, um, because there ain't enough protective custody in the world for that. But I do think that a lot of guys would say, well, if I got to go to prison, I'm gonna take this B word out, and the baby's just gonna have to go to foster care, because then he's in prison, she gone. The state's
but
then going. Go
don't
ahead.
forget they make you still pay child support even like what's it called? Even when you're in jail because that kid is still alive, you're gonna have to pay child support. So I'm just putting it like me personally, with the military. I'm thinking of it tactically. The kid it will be most likely the source of forever my problems of coming in. Like with the legal system, is better off to just off the kid. I mean, like, yeah, you could like they had the mother survive, but at least it leaves a scar on her to not really try somebody else. Even if she does, she know her kid will be on the line. And then with the kid dead, at least when I get out of jail, there's no way of me going back to jail for back child support.
Well, that's the case, but then I mean, when you take out, when you do something like that, and you take out an innocent kid, how likely are you to even get out? In all honesty, you ain't going to.
But
Um,
I'm thinking like a lot of dudes are going to probably be pushed to that level. You know what I'm saying? Because it's just like at the end of the day, logically, it is like a man can only be pushed so far unless he's a
yeah,
bitch.
yeah, but by the same token, most human beings, period, men or women, just can't be pushed to do harm to a kid. Um, but
But
to
that's a
harm another
lie
adult,
throughout history. Remember, we used to kill off twins because we thought they were demons.
yeah, but that also varies from culture to culture. Some did, some wouldn't. But
Mm,
and of course, even then, to do it, they had to convince themselves that these weren't kids, but that these were demons. Yeah, but
mm,
most human beings just can't bring themselves to do. I know I can't. I can't be pushed to do harm to a kid until that kid's holding a dangerous weapon, and it pretty much has to be a long distance weapon like a crossbow or a firearm before I could. And they have to aim it too before I could
mm.
be even scared enough to do it. Most of us really we just couldn't pull that off. But
Remember, I'm military, so it's just like I know. I'm just saying, I'm thinking of it like my life is on the line and my buddy's on the line. If I see that kid doing something stupid, I'm like, I might not want to do it, but I will do it. I pull that trigger real quick on you. And especially with these kids nowadays, a lot of them are bitch made. They don't even fight anymore. They just go straight to pulling out weapons. One of them already stabbed up my little brother the other day, and he's just a bitch. And that was some bullshit. So I'm saying, like, at a certain point, these kids are already wilding out. So it's like you're gonna have to start killing these little kids. It's gonna be just like Afghanistan or something like that. Parents want to use them as damn, like suicide bombers and stuff, you probably gonna have to just shoot that damn kid's brain out to survive, so you don't get blown up.
Well, yeah, and again, that's these cases where you're talking about doing it. Even you're mentioning doing this in self-defense.
Mm-hmm.
See, even for you, it takes something like that before you're prepared, even hypothetically, to do something like this to them. And of course, when they're old enough to start stabbing and things like this, at that point, them being a kid is debatable anyway, because at the ages of which they, typically speaking, the ages of which they start doing stuff like this. I myself, I don't count morally speaking. Financially, yes, I do, but I don't count teenagers as kids morally. Once you got hair on the genitals, male or female, I count you as an adult, morally speaking. I will
Mm-hmm.
snap their necks just as quick as I would at 70-year-olds.
Mm-hmm.
Because at that point, that I don't see them as, especially when they've reached that stage of fertility and they're my size. Doesn't matter what the age is. Once they come
But
at
I
me,
mean, you see the system and the women been using kids as weapons. We just got to acknowledge that they're weapons. We don't. I mean, that's just me thinking. Logically, they're being used as such. It quacks like a duck. It walks like a duck. It is a duck. These kids are being used as a weapon. They're most likely, and most call they are a weapon. So they is a weapon. Treat them like a goddamn weapon. Take the weapon out.
I'm saying what CJ said. Self-defense is one thing, but to take them out to get out of support, I know
I
you're
mean,
not
especially
saying.
and I'm thinking if it's a kid that's not mine. Like if she's pinning this kid that's not mine, I'm sorry, that's just crossing lines. It's like you better take this fucking kid off of like if it was my blood DNA child, why would I kill it? That's my child. But if it's not and you're pinning this damn thing on me, I'm like, I'm not gonna suffer for this little bastard taking my damn money when my money could be going to a child that's actually mine. That's not only you're stealing from me, but you're stealing from my seed. That's bullshit. It's like either the mom got to go or the kid got to go, but I know they'll still put me on child support. If I kill the mother, they'll most likely still put me on child support while I'm out, and then I gotta go back to jail. You get what I'm saying? So it's just like, if the kid ain't mine, yeah, I'm gonna treat it like it's not mine. I'm a male lion. A male lion goes to another into another lion's place and kill off all the kids. What's the difference between me doing that and them doing that?
Most of us, again, most of us can't do that because the kid ain't, even though the kid's being used as a weapon, the kid's not really the problem. Most of us couldn't do that. I don't even think you could. I'm not sure you could do something like that, even though you're thinking hypothetically. I don't think you'd be able to, because
I don't want to do.
This is something that's going to start before they're even 2 years old, before they're even speaking. I don't think you'd be able to look at them and they mean you no harm and pull a trigger or do something like this to them, because most of us just we can't do that to them, even if it's someone else's. We just can't. But to look at the moms, man, yeah, take them out. And even if you come out later and they start saying stuff like, well, you owe back, by that point, if enough men are taking out mothers for doing this, I don't think that they would really be able to enforce this sort of thing if the men ever even got out.
That is true.
I just don't think they'd be able to, because in all honesty, when you've got enough fraudsters dropping and turning up gone, and then these men are locked up and they really can't pay, so it just accumulates and accumulates and accumulates. I really don't think they could enforce it, because for one, when are you going to get out? You may not. And if a bunch of
look at student loan debts here. They're doing that what's it called? They put in all this extra interest on this shit for no damn reason and everything. And people are suffering from these useless degrees or wherever the hell. I look at it as a scam. These are war tactics and war games that these people are playing. And now it's really what's it called? People are going to be casualties of war, and shit is going to have to happen. It's two sides of it. Yeah, you could either go for the mother or the kid. It's two options you could go for. It's different ways to end it. So we're both right at the same time, because it's going to lead to the same conclusion. Really, something's going to have to give, and blood will be spilled.
Well, yeah, it would be. Truth be told, I suspect that what would happen is that, in all honesty, because like I said, ain't enough PC in the world for this to become a pattern. But We have noticed this though. If if the accused father that turns out to not actually be is incarcerated, he can't pay. Mama still has to struggle. What have these ladies been doing when they have to struggle lately? What have they been doing when they got to struggle with these kids?
Oh, selling the coochie.
That's not all, because that's not going to take care of the problem. Not enough. I mean, yeah, they might do that, but
Some of them been prostituting their kids or going for daddy government and doing some like I be seeing like a lot of
bro,
weird shit or hearing about it.
what you were talking about doing to the kids, they're doing,
Mm, mm-hmm.
and so there it wouldn't really, the men wouldn't need to. If
Mm-hmm.
the men would not necessarily need to, because if the men are saying, you know what, let's say the men don't even hurt anybody. It's just enough of the men that say we are not going to pay, and if we're in jail, because they ain't gonna put you in prison for that, they're gonna put you in jail because it's civil. So there's no prison, it's just
Mm-hmm.
regular county jail time. So if enough men are saying, okay, county jail, but we are not going to pay, and it's enough of us that are not going to do that, what's going to happen is that, in all honesty, the moms are going to start doing what you were talking about doing to the kids. And additionally, the government's going to have to at some point realize we're not collecting enough. We can't just put it on these dudes. Then they're going to have to do what
Mm-hmm.
Jamaica's doing instead of doing what France is doing. But
Mm-hmm.
it can be avoided in the event that more and more men become as invisible as possible. Get the
Yeah,
skills.
like I was saying, it's our that whole potential of them killing off, the mother or the kid is probably not going to happen here because a lot of dudes are already going monk mode and not even really messing with these chicks and doing like remember, black men here are the most like we protect ourselves the most during sex. Like we wear the most protection. We do the utmost to try to keep ourselves from having kids, and like majority of us are single and childless. So we're already doing our job, and so it shouldn't be going down to that level of us really have to kill either or really we're gonna probably be smart enough to just say, hey, our gene pool ends here, or we're leaving this country.
Yeah. Um, that's one of the things that we're going to have to tell them. But by the same token, um, if they start pushing for France type legislation, then that's when we would have to work more on invisibility. Um,
Mm-hmm.
and we would, and not only that, see, right now we advocate leaving the U.S. and the U.K. and now Jamaica as well. We're advocating uh, leaving these areas when you have your skill set and you got some money. But
Mm-hmm.
we would have to work on the situation now. If they push for that type of legislation and then they get it, then we're going to have to. And as a matter of fact, it's already here because they were already talking. I don't know if it was passed or not, but like you said, it was discussed to where she can name someone before birth. No testing.
Mm-hmm.
He's just on the hook until the test, right? So
Mm-hmm.
if that was actually passed somewhere, the men in that jurisdiction have to hurry up and start leaving even before they get the skills and the money saved up to decrease their chances
Mm-hmm.
of being noticed, let alone accused. Because once they're accused, right off the bat, once they're accused, between accusation and the date that the results come back and say no, you ain't the pappy, he can't go anywhere. He's got kids,
Mm-hmm.
he can't go anywhere, especially if he falls behind. So that's what has to happen. That's what has to change.
Yeah, you're right.
The men would have to leave
I'm just
earlier.
hoping dudes are smart enough to, like, I think the youth are smart enough to, especially the younger men. I think they're going to be smart enough to realize certain things are going on. I'm warning my little brothers and stuff. Like, I believe a lot of the millennials are trying to warn, the Gen Zs about what the hell is going on. And the Gen Zs are seeing this shit too. So they're kind of, like, I just talked to, like, what's it called? My little brother and his cousin just today. She's like a lesbian and everything. And she's telling me about the little girls is just like, yeah, it's awful. Like she even telling my little brother and everybody else to leave.
Hmm. It's
Like that's
necessary.
how, yeah, that's like, she's a young, like she's like, what's it called? 16, 17 years old. And she's even telling like my little brothers and stuff and other dudes to just leave. It's like, give up on these women here.
Yeah, and you know what? It says a lot right there. When a lady is telling the guys in her family, a lady interested in other women is telling the guys in the family, bounce, leaving because they trash. That's when you know something's up. And the funny thing is that this is a phenomenon. The women, a lot of ladies say, you know what, I'm done with these dudes because of what I can't get out of them. And then they decide to become the guy and date these ladies as a dude, and they find out it's the same thing. And they start to say, oh, you know what, I see it from the man's perspective now. And we all heard about that case of Nora Vincent.
Yeah, I feel sorry for her.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mr. Gordon.
Yeah. You go for ask one question. What is your thoughts on this on the Roe v. Wade, we overturned months ago?
Yeah.
Are you asking me or Jay Moore?
Just ask both of you, both of you guys.
Oh, okay, all right, Jay Moore, I'll let you go first, sir.
Me personally, it doesn't really, what was it called? Bother me because I'm protecting myself from having kids. I don't have to deal with any of that crap. I kind of hope I wanted them to take it away so it kind of even out the playing field. But now you see they're trying to change the laws up to so the bitch could still say like the kid is yours as soon as she's pregnant and you don't even know if it's yours. So they're still trying to find a loophole behind it. Some people are. So it's really, I don't know. I'm just going to have to protect myself at a certain point because I don't think it's really going to help either or, because I think it was just trying to stop what's called white women from killing off their own kids.
Yeah, I agree with you.
The funny thing is that a lot of people panicked across the board throughout the U.S. when that was announced. But what was funny about it is that the Supreme Court merely said that it was not a constitutional right and that therefore the states got to legislate on their own, which whatever they were going to decide. And states went all over the place. Some states said if a resident of this state goes to another state to get the procedure done and we find out about it, we'll prosecute. Other states said you're not even allowed to furnish that information to an out-of-state agency, out-of-state law enforcement for them to be prosecuted. So states were all over the place with this. This really literally became a states' rights issue. But the funny thing is that the lady who was Roe, the lady that took up that alias role for that case,
she was a hoe.
She was, and she had to blame several black men for a gang struggle snuffle, if you will. She had to say that she was gang violated.
Typical white American girl shit.
Exactly, and that's what she had to say to get Roe versus Wade ruled in her favor in the first place, so that she could get this done. Right, exactly. It wasn't. This was not just somebody saying, "I have the right to do this based on legal principles." She got it. She got what she wanted back in the 70s or 60s, whenever that case was, by saying that a bunch of us shines pinned her down and took it. And that's part of why it was that I didn't care one way or another. I knew that, like,
she pulled an Emmett Till with birth, basically.
Exactly. And one thing I knew was that that they were not going to put a stop to this sort of thing when it comes to us. They were doing this to put a stop. The states are going to determine, based on their interest in keeping up their majority population, they're going to be the ones that are going to put a stop to this. So you take Mississippi, where, like, even though technically speaking, we're not half the population, some people say that we're over half the population, what they call a ghost statistic. Mississippi is probably going to sit up and say, no, you're not going to do this anymore. We're not going to go along with this. Not only are we conservative, but we need more Wyatts, even though on the books they say they have a lot of, they say that they're the majority. Subconsciously, they probably think there are too many shines around. So we're not going to allow this, but we're not going to enforce it when they do it. We just don't care. Whereas you take some other states and they're going to say something different. So the enforcement is still going to be the issue, because they got laws in the books right now that are very selectively enforced. It's always been that way. And so in a nutshell, it doesn't matter. I mean, I heard it and I said, well, no matter what, whether it's legal across the board or whether it varies from state to state or whether it's banned across the board, they're going to find a way to remain Wyatts no matter what. So,
and look what happened to Jacksonville, Mississippi. Like, that's clearly an economic warfare and clearly like a geological warfare, basically. Like, they're just environmental warfare they're pulling over there, and that stuff is it's like they'll find different ways to kill you as a black person.
Yep.
So it's just like, oh, we can't do it with the Roe v. Wade thing anymore. So I guess we're just gonna poison the water.
Yeah, really, it was more of a situation of benign neglect. They didn't even have to
Mm-hmm.
actively poison it. All they had to do was just let certain things decay on their own, and that's what
Mm-hmm.
they did in New Orleans as well. In all honesty, they let uh, certain things deteriorate in New Orleans because of who was the majority. And as a matter of fact,
Mm-hmm.
right, I mean, a month before that happened, CNN took a poll or did some sort of study to see what was the most African city in the United States, and New Orleans came out number one.
Mm-hmm.
A unique combination of both customs, historical customs, and majority population. So northern cities like Cleveland and Detroit were considered to be by population the most African, but not by customs. And
Mm-hmm.
Charleston and Savannah were considered to be the most African by custom, but not majority population. So only New Orleans had that unique combination. Well,
Mm-hmm.
this was known. Everybody on the Gulf Coast already knew this, so it was like an open secret. And so it was allowed to. The infrastructure was allowed to deteriorate, and when it didn't deteriorate fast enough, and then this storm surge happened, that's when people started hearing booms, and the transformers had already gone out, and the power was out. So they knew these booms were for something else. Um, so even when it didn't work, there was a backup plan. So yeah, there is an
And I heard
environmental.
they shut up. I heard they found people from over there, like found the bodies filled up with lead, like shot up and everything. That they went on a hunt during that hurricane to hunted black people down over there too.
Yeah, I'm sure that there were some people doing this, probably in the swamps surrounding the areas. There were people that were filled up. Now, there were also some areas. The truth be told, there were some people that were just going around looking for anybody to rob them.
Mm-hmm.
But those are the ones. Those are those who they were already. I wouldn't say they were gangs because you don't really have Crips and Bloods and that sort of thing there. But you did have some groups of crooks that were going out doing this too, and they could have been any kind of criminal. So you had both that was going on. But yeah, I mean, people were willing to shoot each other. And the truth be told, New Orleans had a lot of high-powered weapons. Plus, the other thing too is that a lot of cops abandoned posts, so a lot of their weapons became available. Um, so it's true. You had people that were found filled up with different people that had died different ways from different things. But yeah, it's true. There were all types of folks going out hunting other people. Because if you have a boat, somebody else doesn't, and you don't want to bring on too many that might sink the boat, and that guy's got a gun, he'll just shoot you and take the boat. Um,
True.
but yeah, they did have that. It became chaos. I had a cousin that was working there at the time. He's not from there, but he was working there at the time. And when he escaped, because he did escape, but when he escaped, he didn't talk for hours to anybody. He made it to some other family, and he
Mm-hmm.
didn't talk for hours. He was speechless for hours, and he didn't sleep for a few days. And he wouldn't tell anybody how he got out. He just was thankful that he got out. So we knew he had to shoot somebody. He had a pistol, but we knew that he had to shoot somebody, and he's the kind of guy that'll do it. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah, it was messed up, and then environmental warfare does work. So they're going to use that, and enforcement is it's not just with laws in the books; it's also going to be how it's enforced. That's true.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so now, gentlemen, what I wanted to ask too was this before we go, because you guys have been really patient, and I've been going on for 3.5 hours, and I appreciate you guys.
It's cool.
Before we do go, I wanted to
Yeah.
ask both of you guys about what influence Jamaica has on the other Caribbean islands, so that I can get an idea as to the flow of this IDNS culture. Is it flowing in between the islands? I mean, is it flowing into yard, or is it flowing out of yard, or are these different Anglophone islands just coming up with their own versions of IDNS?
Their own versions.
Well, I think it's their own versions because I think when let me tell you, like some of them, well, I heard that Trinidad don't really like Jamaica that much. heard it somewhere before. I don't remember, but I heard that
Mm-hmm.
Trinidad and Jamaica have a rivalry. So yeah, I think they come up with their own dysfunction on their own.
Mm-hmm. It's basically like the same thing with all of our different version of speaking, patois or English, as they call it. So it's just like it just developed on their own because who knows
Yeah,
what the slave masters were still slave masters. They're gonna do whatever those slave masters are doing to these people there, and it all you know became whatever it is today. I don't even know how to really explain it. It's really just it's all basically the same, but it's different slightly.
Okay, so there are independent elements of the IDNS and uh, um, um, influential, or rather, I should say, shared parts of it based on influences
Mm,
between the islands of the IDNS as well.
mm.
So you're saying it's a combination of the two rolled into one.
Yeah, pretty much. But it all it was already like a tinderbox waiting to happen, like all throughout these islands. It just took something to let light the fuse. That was it. It was already there. It was just something that was just gonna make it blow up. And the internet and feminism and all this other stuff mixed into one blew that whole shit up.
Okay, I see. So it was a powder keg from beforehand, just
Mm,
waiting right for
mm,
fuel.
exactly.
Mm,
And it's all their form. Remember, feminism is different in certain countries, like how women employ it. So it's
yeah,
different, like the way how they employ their own version of dominance and suppression over there is their own way of doing it. It's same, but it's different. You know what I mean?
mhm.
yeah. I heard that
Okay.
Philippines have their own feminism, but it different compared to America.
Hmm.
Because
Same thing
it's
like
all about
Brazil.
equality. Yeah, it's all about equality. Come out to feminism in the
And it
Philippines.
depends on how they were raised too, because a lot of them was still raised, like certain countries still raised with a patriarchy type of thing, like men taking the lead and taking charge and dudes, so yeah, basically in
Yeah,
charge and stuff. So they like the women there kind of like knew their place, and they know the benefits of being feminine and everything. So a lot of them think of being feminist as just going out to work, like making my
yeah,
own money a little bit, and that's them being like a feminist. So it really depends. So everything, it'd be the same word but different meanings in different areas.
exactly.
Okay. All right then. And as far as guys back a yard go, when they realize that this feminism has gone too far, and that there are better areas to go to, what are some of the easier nations to which Jamaican passport holders can migrate to find the stability for which they're looking?
I would say Colombia because Colombia you don't need a visa to go to Colombia.
Okay, so with the Jamaican passport, you can just go to Colombia.
Yeah,
Okay, all right. Um, and
I'm American, so I get to go wherever.
almost, yeah, almost. There's some places
Mm,
we got to get visas to go to that others don't,
true.
but yeah, it works both ways. And so if you had, and this will be my last question before I let you guys ask me any questions before we go. I'm gonna start with you, Mr. Gordon. If uh, if a plane ticket was not the issue, and just wherever you could go with your passport, you could put on the other end of that plane ticket, and you got a successful business. You can run it from anywhere. I'm not saying you're rich, but you're stable. You're okay, and you want a legacy and some stability. Where would you go that your passport would take you? Would you go into one of the West African nations, or would you go to Colombia, or another nation in the Americas, or another nation in the APC bloc?
well, that's a good question. That, that's quite that was running through my mind from the other day. Maybe if I want to start my own family, like a legacy, probably I would go to either Colombia, Thailand, Philippines, or maybe somewhere in Africa. But probably maybe Thailand mostly, because Thailand, I heard that Thailand is cheap. The cost of living is very cheap Cause I watch Zoom to Thailand, Richie Mac. He explain everything how it's very cheap over there, and I heard some of the men over there said that um they don't have anything to worry they don't have anything to worry about. Only thing you have to worry about is just the lady boys over there, for example. And that's a problem.
Mhm.
You just have to be
Okay.
careful. But but I have Philippines or the Thailand mostly. But Colombia no I've just learned how to speak Spanish. Philippines just learn how to speak English. Thailand just study Thai, probably study some Thai language. So yeah, maybe three of these countries, or if not, go to Africa.
Okay. Now, you said in Africa, which to which nation would you prefer to go there?
Well, let's say Ethiopia mostly.
Okay. All right. Actually, this guy in New Jersey, he's in my audience as well, one of my subscribers, and he's engaged to someone in Ethiopia. That's where he goes. He's been at least once before, and that's where he says to go. Not that feminism doesn't exist there, but just that it's not the popular thing. Um, so, and plus, I'm sure that you hear a lot growing up in Jamaica. I'm sure you hear a lot about Ethiopia, even though that's not the part of Africa we come from. Um, let's see. So,
Yeah.
and plus, you know what? I can tell what's on your mind when you think about going to Thailand. I understand why you would say Thailand because Richie Mack explains it. You've been watching him, so you have an idea of it. But you realize you slipped up. You had a Freudian slip. Did you realize that?
Was sleep? Wh- Pardon me.
Yeah, your
Wait.
subconscious exposed what you were thinking about when you think of Thailand.
Oh, Thailand. Oh,
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, you gave
oh,
away your you gave away what you were thinking about. Did
oh.
you realize that?
No, never. No, never realized it.
Subconscious is a mother cuss word, but I understand it because see, you've been watching Ricky Mack, the travel OG, and every time he always talks about I love them big legs. Every time L comes on camera, I love them big legs. Why I love them big legs? He says that every time. So I get it, man. I mean, um, I understand it. The good thing is this though, if you did go to Thailand, I'm sorry, Thailand. See what you did? See what you did, Mr. Gordon? Um,
Yeah.
but if you did go there, the good thing is that, and I haven't been, but everyone that did go that I know said that this was the case. The ones that are actually not ladies don't really hide it. Even if they dress up, they let you know, look, I got the same equipment you do. Is that what you here for? And when you're like, no, no, they'll say, okay, well, the actual ladies over there that way. Good luck. You see what I'm saying? So
Oh, that's
that's
respectable. I like them. That's actually very
yeah,
respectable.
that's
I'll slap that she dude up. Like, thank you for the information. Which direction again?
that's so that the good thing is that they don't it ain't like stateside where they're trying to they're
What?
hoping and
Yeah, trick
praying that
people.
yeah because
Oh,
stateside the
that
ones
good.
that are
That good.
into dudes they're into men
Mm.
and
They
they
want
don't mind
straight men. That's what the other thing. They don't even want gay dudes. They want straight men. That's
yeah
the other. It's like that don't make no damn sense at
That
all.
don't make no sense, bro. No.
yep and the funny thing is that psychologists know this they know about this phenomena that those who are interested in their own gender are still interested in the ones of the gender that are more likely to be interested in the opposite gender anyway. This runs true for both genders, but that's another topic for another day. So Jay Moore, what about you, sir? For you, okay, since you got the US passport, um where would you go if you have just any choice anywhere and you got a business you can run in any location? Um, where would you choose?
Right now, I'm thinking about going to Brazil because I like the what's it called, the art, and what's it called. They still have like certain things intact about them when it comes to family and everything. So I want to check it out and see. And it just seems like it's a little what's it called. They're my people. Like I wanted to stay with actual my people. Like American Jamaicans and all that stuff, like all that's been like went through the slave trade and stuff. Those are my people. I wanted to stay closer with them, and before I ever go to Africa first, I wanted to check it out. So probably like I'm gonna go to Brazil and check it and see what it is, because that's the closest to Africa you're gonna get besides Africa out here. So
in that case,
it's
then
probably there.
if that's what you're looking for, and I have an interest in that too, if that's what you're looking
Mm,
for, then I'm going to recommend Salvador de Bahia, because my former
mm,
mother-in-law, she's been to Brazil, and that was where she went, and she said
mm,
that it was a satisfying experience to go there to see the history and
mm,
to get close to the motherland, um, but where people are actually proud to be from the motherland. As far as the
mm,
continent itself goes, she went to Ghana, and she said that was satisfying too. But this is back in the '70s that she went. Um,
mm,
so in that case, and I mean, if that's what you're looking for in Brazil, then even though I didn't go to Brazil, my brother has gone. He went to Rio, I believe.
mm,
But those who went to different cities, they said Salvador de Bahia was it. If you're looking for the African experience, then
mm.
that's where you would go. So I hope that
And then
helps.
plus, like I'll still go to what's it called? I still got my whole mind open to the whole world. If I could live like for a million years, I'll live in every country for like 10 years around every part of the world, just for it, like just to experience different things, or just to just to live those life. Like I would, I'm not just gonna settle down. But if I do, I was just thinking either Brazil, or if places in Africa is cool, I'll go there. But really wanted to stay with people that you know that are more closely to me than go to Africa first.
Got you. Okay, then. And listen, gentlemen, I'll give you guys a chance to ask me any questions that you have before I wrap this up. Anything you guys wanted to ask me or anyone else in the audience?
Wait, where are you? Where are you?
I'm living in Saudi Arabia now.
Is it cool over there?
If you mean temperature wise, right now it's comfortable.
Nah,
I'm
I don't. I mean, like, is it awesome to be over there?
it's well, for me as a Muslim it's okay, because I like my life pretty I mean, despite my YouTube presence, I actually like my day-to-day life to be like what it is here. um
Mm,
so it is cool for me, absolutely. Now, intellectually speaking, it really depends on where you wind up. Where I am, if you go in one direction from where I am, it's going to be intellectually stifling. If you go in the other
mm,
direction from where I am, it gets better. So I'm right at the cusp. It's not stifling for me a lot of times. Um,
mm.
it's not quite that bad, but I've lived further away from the center, and in smaller towns where, intellectually speaking, it would almost drive you insane. I've been there before, and
Yeah.
it changed my personality. I became aggressive, and some of that was exacerbated by the summer of 2016 too, because that summer made the news here. And some of the Bedouins came to me and said, "Look, man, when you were telling us about America, we didn't believe you and we're sorry." And I told them they could take that apology and shove it where the sun don't shine. It was no offense, because they should have believed me when I first told them. Now I said,
Hmm.
I know when I first got here, you didn't know me, but after enough time, realizing that I told you guys the truth, you guys didn't believe me, and now because white folks on TV tell you what's going on, now you believe me. So now y'all take it where the
Oh,
sun
yep.
don't shine. But the youngsters heard this from me, and now the youngsters in that town have thrown off the inferiority complex that their parents had and their grandparents had. And in
Mm.
that town, I found this out about a little over a month ago when I went back for a wedding. I found out that some of the youngsters in the town, when they greet each other, they put the fist up in the air, because I used to do that, and they're calling
Mm.
themselves black. I
Well,
wasn't
ain't
aware of
that pretty cool that wherever like anybody that's been like, you could say uh the Western slave route, like all of us black people over here, wherever we go, is like we kind of put in healing measures into different societies and cultures that could fix things. And I realized if what's called the way how the system works, they don't want us. They suppress us because they know if they let us loose, we could like everything that we fix would destroy everything that they are.
In a nutshell, that is, I have noticed that. That's
Mm,
exactly what winds up being the case. That I mean, when I caught my first flight to leave the country, I had to go through Atlanta. I had already lived in Atlanta up till about a week before I was leaving the country, but I had to go through Atlanta's airport to get to New York to fly out. And they called me off the plane in Atlanta. They called me by name. I had boarded. They
Mm.
called me by name, and they said, "Listen, TSA was supposed to really search you, but apparently you didn't get searched by TSA." And I said, "Listen, I flew in here from another town. Okay, I got searched over there at that airport. Well, do you have that boarding pass? You know what? I just so happen to still have the boarding pass here. Take a look. Why didn't they want me to leave? You see, I mean, they couldn't stop me, and well, they could have. They
Mm.
just didn't. But you're right. There is that element of people not wanting you to go. And my former mother-in-law experienced the same thing when she went to Ghana back in the 70s. She went to somebody's house party there, a gathering, a get-together, and there was a white American lady that was there. And when she heard my mother-in-law speak and realized she's African American, she said, "Oh, how quaint! You came back home. Are you here to tell your African brothers and sisters about the white devils?" And she said it in a sarcastic tone. And my mother-in-law
Mm.
was like, "I came here for wait, no, yeah, you're right, you're right. I came here to tell them about you white devils. That's exactly why I'm here." And she just got close to the white lady the rest of the get together until
Mm.
people say, "Okay, Kate, okay, chill. This is a party." But I mean, there is that. And I didn't expect this to be the case because when I lived in that little town where it's intellectually stifling as all get out, I'm talking where it's so backwards that when I would speak Arabic to people, they would look at me and blink excessively and then say, "I don't speak English," even though I was using Arabic. That's how bad it was. So, but when I went back to when I left that town to come here where I am, I didn't know about the changes that were going to take place. But when I went back for the visit, that was when my close friend's son told me about the changes that had taken place amongst the youth, um,
Mm.
and how they were throwing off certain backwards customs that the parents had. So in that regard, I guess it is kind of cool. I mean, I do see the influence that we have amongst more educated youth that learn about the world. So in that regard, yeah, I get to see the changes that are taking place here. Um, and I've been to other countries from here. So I could say that in terms of where you want to visit, I could tell you what's good to visit. To live, I need more experience, but from here, I could tell you what a great place is to visit, though, easily.
Mm. Sweet. I'll definitely take that down because I
Great.
want to experience the world, man. Being what was it called? If you don't experience the world, that's going to lead you right into either slavery or dead.
Yep. Yeah. If you don't experience it, it's true. It will. I mean, either your mind's in prison or your body will be in it. One of the two.
Hmm.
And so now, Mr. Gordon, any questions you wanted to ask me before I called it quits?
Yeah. Just one question run through my mind. What's your opinion about the female content creators where that them just show up in the manosphere out of nowhere, like like Pearly Things and Melanie King and the rest of them, Corey Michelle. What's your opinion on them? Do you think them they're genuine and feel sorry for us, or you think that they're on our side or anything like that?
To be honest with you, I'm not going to say that I'm the expert in reading their minds, but what I can tell you is how to know from which one. Now, I don't listen to all of them all the time because I can't. As a matter of fact, speaking of y'all, Chantel Simone, y'all heard about her?
Yeah,
Hmm.
I know Chantel Simone. She's a Jamaican just like me.
Hmm.
Exactly, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, Chantel Simone, she went live while I was live. I saw the notification on my screen. Now, I don't see anything in her that suggests that she wants to be unfair and that she wants to fleece dudes or anything like that. She's actually pretty blunt. I mean, she said, "I may never get married." That's what
Hmm.
she's. So I don't see that in her, and I'm not saying it's just because I'm because of any bias in favor of anybody from Yard. I'm just saying that I didn't see it. And granted, her live streams are longer than mine. I don't get to listen to all of them. A matter of fact, a
Yeah.
single one of them. But she's just an example of one from whom I didn't hear any foolishness. Yeah, I think you said, did you say Courtney Michelle is another name?
Yeah, Corey Michelle.
Hmm.
Okay. Now, Courtney, I don't call her a chameleon only because when she disagrees, she states it early on. It doesn't sneak out of her, so to speak. But now, when it comes down to someone like Melanie King, when she gets angry, she goes right back to that hyena business. And,
Hmm.
Yeah,
you know,
that's
maybe
what I
she
know
doesn't
about
hate.
her.
So even if she doesn't hate men, she still, to a certain extent, sees us as tools, and she sees it as okay to get disrespectful. And that's not
But I don't understand why she even act like that when she got plastic surgery.
bingo. I was going to say that next.
Hmm.
But see, she acts like that because she got plastic surgery.
That makes no sense to me. You're just a super clown. Like a super saiyan, but it's just a super clown with the damn, instead of just putting the
Yeah.
damn wig and makeup on, you put plastic surgery and you went up a whole nother level, bitch, of
Well, again,
ignorance.
see, for you and me, we would know that the old pictures are still going to be out there. But for her,
Mm,
once they value looks so much that once they go up in looks, they change their attitude to reflect that. I mean,
mm,
imagine an American woman that loses weight. An American woman that loses weight cannot act the same as when she was big. She cannot have
yeah.
the same feel. It's not possible because the training is not there. So um, that's why it is that I would say in her, and maybe Melanie doesn't realize that she is one, but she still is one. Now, what I would say is this, though, to better, more detailedly answer your question and to get to the heart of what you asked me about, Mr. Gordon.
Yeah.
What I do say is this: I say that when we men come on, like I'm doing, men should financially support male content makers to the extent that you're able to. I would say just to that extent. Yesterday, when I did my live stream yesterday, brothers were generous. So I'm not looking for that today because nobody can do this every day. Nobody can send in cash apps every day. But I can say that they really did come through. And I appreciate that. I can't say from the bottom of my black heart and the depths of my black mind how much, but they did it. But I would say that we men we should not financially support these ladies, period. Now,
Hmm.
when it comes to like Kendra D, I'm not saying Kendra G, but Kendra D, Kendra Davis, the Muslima. If people want to buy the A game and she gets a cut from that, I say that's cool. If somebody's been watching her for years and they have seen her be solid and stay solid, then I don't have a leg to stand on and tell them don't do it. But when somebody's a newcomer, and Melanie King's relatively new, when someone's a newcomer
Hmm.
and it's a lady, don't send anything because um, it's the man's job to make the money. The ladies, you got to test them, and the
Yeah,
only
like
way.
Chantel, I give her a little bit more credit because at least she admits, like, yeah, I fucked up. Like, any girl that's willing to tell her own faults, and like she sounds like she's trying to fix the population, like how Courtney Michelle is. She's like in the middle of it.
Mhm.
And like I kind of give them a little bit of credit. I don't like how dudes are flooding them with money so much because it's just like, dude, they're just saying the same thing that we like, other men been saying for a long time. And you're not really helping them out. Why you guys keep giving them money? It's because you want to get your dick wet, hopefully.
And that's a real dumb thing for these men to do, honestly, because I mean, if you sit back and you watch when a lady, you watch her for years before you start sending the cash apps and the money in. For one, they can monetize the channel, and in the U.S. is very easy because the postal service will deliver that PIN code that you need to whatever address you give them, and Google will mail it to you. So as long as you give them the right address, you get it. You then get this code. You log into AdSense, and it's going to go to the bank account you want. So they can monetize it easily, and they're going to get the ad money. They don't need the cash apps and things like that, especially when they're new. And so I'm with you in that regard. If you're going to do it, you get a chance. You need to sit back and see why you're doing it, and even then, still should support the men even more because that's our job.
Yeah,
I
like we build stuff. That's our job to build. Why aren't you supporting the builders instead of the people that carry on the stuff? Like you should support the people that actually put the bricks to ground.
Exactly. And I noticed this, like you said, Chantel Simone did say, "Man, I messed up." And Kendra D will tell you the way that I did not mess up was by doing exactly what you hyena B words say not to do. So both of
Mm,
them they actually have an anti hyenocracy message. Whereas Melanie
mhm,
King's message is more so, okay, well, let's try to be fair. Let's work something out. But by the way, you still need to appeal to some of the stupidity and the
mhm,
childishness in us. And even that is not acceptable. Now, Courtney did admit to having messed up, but Courtney's
mhm,
still trying to she's still trying to keep things together instead of just going ahead and admitting, no, the guys are right when they go and get the passports. Melanie didn't want to admit this. And really, with the
mhm,
passport and the SYSBM, that is the dividing line. The ones that want to admit that we're right for doing that because we've been pushed to it, they usually don't turn up to be chameleons. The ones that
Hmm.
stop right there, those are the ones that they're either chameleons and they know it, they're chameleons and they don't know it, or they're just not allies enough. It's one of those. That what I've seen.
It's like the Nika Marie. She even was like, yeah, I understand. I can't get mad at them. I don't want to see them leaving and all that stuff. And I really want to face the community, but I understand. So when you say, like, when girls are actually admitting that shit and actually like, go ahead and telling you to go, like, those are the kind of chicks I actually like, I mess with. Yeah, I just mess with because they're actually being honest and they see the situation for what it is.
Mhm. One of the things that and that has to be the litmus test for us. Just like I stated before, that if you want to be if you were IDNS and you want to be ex-IDNS and you want to tell the youth what not to do, you need to take away the swagger. You need to change the
Hmm.
way you speak. You got to meet the Malcolm X standard. You got to become articulate in your first language. If it's not English, it's not English, but become articulate in what it is. But you need to you need to be unrecognizable as a former street ninja. Um,
Hmm.
and you need to tell the kids, listen, I'm telling you what not to do, and then what the consequences are. Now, listen to this guy that never went that route, and he'll tell you what to do, and he's worth paying to listen to. That's my Malcolm X standard. We have to have something like that for these ladies in the space too, to answer Mr. Gordon's question. Now, some would say another standard. I propose a standard of the attitude towards passport. Danica Marie, if you notice, one thing she will not do is dress modestly. She will not do it. She
Yeah,
wants
yeah,
to
it's
look
true.
good in front of other dudes. For what? She's married. She don't even
She's
want
making
you.
a hustle.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's what I was like. Look, at least she's let's put it like this: if she was gonna be a hoe, she's an honest hoe. So at least you can't get mad at her being honest about it. It's like at least she sees the world for what it is.
No, no. If she was an honest hoe, then what she would do is she would actually start saying, "Okay, look, I did all this and I look like this. So here's what's going to happen. You email an STD negative report to this email address, and I'll get with you about filming some stuff, because that's what they would do if they're really going to be honest with you.
Mm,
She's a tease. In that regard, she's a tease. Now, as
yeah.
far as her actually wanting men to get a fair deal, maybe she does, maybe not. I mean, once you go up there and you're a tease and you got a husband, that's already suspect right there. She shouldn't get the money that she's getting. And I hate to sound bitter like that, but she shouldn't. However, and I haven't listened to her live streams either, but I can say that one standard she did pass, like you said, is that she does say, listen, even if I don't want the guys to go, we can't blame them for going. She admits she doesn't want it,
Hmm.
but she can say, okay, look, you know what? It's not their fault. We pushed them to
Hmm.
this, or rather, you pushed them to this. She does meet that particular standard. Melanie King tried to discourage it without being too mean about it.
Hmm.
But then, as soon as the guy asked about Kevin Samuel's funeral, for which she actually had a valid reason to not go, she didn't even have the decency to say there was a valid reason. Y'all heard how she acted. She went right in on him and started
Hmm.
calling him angry
Call
inch.
him a little dick and everything like that. I'm like, yo, really? You go? And that's another thing, is just like it kind of pissed me off about these chicks that they go after these men's manhood. And I'm like, dude, Asian men, they earn a lot more respect than you should ever think. It took a nuke to stop them. Like
Yeah.
it's really like they defended themselves against America multiple times. It took them a draw. It took a draw every single time when it comes to Vietnam, Korea, and even what's called the Japanese one. Like, you got to show these men respect. You just think because they're tiny. And dude, Bruce Lee was fucking up fucking up people bigger than him. So ever since then, I was like, yeah, I'm gonna always have respect for these dudes. Why don't you guys hold the same respect for these men?
And there's a movie about that too, about a
Mm-hmm.
Malaysian freedom fighter. He was fighting against the British, and he gave them hell when they were trying to
Mm-hmm.
colonize, or they were beginning to colonize Malaysia. And he's considered to be a hero up until this point. I saw the movie about him. Movie was kind of cheesy, the way they had the fighting choreographed and all that, but they had their own martial arts. Now, Malaysians are very nice, just like people from the Philippines are, but they got their own martial arts, and they routinely, when people get out of line, they routinely put both hands on the ground and both feet in that person's chest. And one of the reasons they don't
Mm-hmm.
mind being that nice is because they know you can't really walk over them because they're trained for that. So, it's taught, the martial art that they have. It's their own. It's taught in schools, and so that's why when kids that are not Malaysian grow up in Malaysia, they don't see them as pushovers. They just see them as nice folks. And so
Mhm.
that's a good place to go to see people that don't swagger, but you can't really defeat them. And the funny thing is that back home, and now, when they leave Asia, it's different. But back home in Asia, the women don't disrespect even them.
Mhm.
Notice that. They don't in Thailand, even if they like us, they want a Faranja husband, even if that's what they want, they don't disrespect their own men.
Mhm.
It's not how they do it. So, but yeah, I put up the comments that what some of these guys are saying. CJ was saying watching these dudes line Melanie King's pockets is disgusting, and LOM says he trusts none of them at all. He's like, look, why would ladies even come into the space? And to a certain extent, even
You
though
got
I
a
don't have
point.
that same opinion, I do know why LOM would say it. I know why anybody would say it, really. And that is because until we men, oh, I'm sorry, Nakmeezy, to answer your question, IDNS is intentionally dysfunctional, negative stereotype. It's a more accurate way to say Pookie and Ray Ray without insulting somebody just because their name is Ray or their nickname is Pookie. To
Mhm.
actually refer to the behavior. To answer your question, Nakmeezy. So,
And that's funny. I know two people named Pookie and Ray Ray.
wow.
I know people.
And
it's funny.
they probably ain't IDNS, are they?
No, they're nice dudes. They're great dudes. I like them. No, but
Right.
actually, Ray, he's actually a Ray Ray. I'm not gonna lie. He got like multiple baby mamas. He's a nice
Okay.
guy though. I give him that. But he actually filled that nickname in properly.
Mm. But see,
Sad.
that says something else because that says something different about him because hey, he can be a nice guy and have multiple baby mamas. They must not be from around there, huh?
Mhm.
But but I do understand why other women say that because see, we actually incentivize the chameleons to come in. And
Mhm.
Cortez just now said that wasn't Melanie King's first time showing her true colors. She did something before, I forgot what it was, but I do remember when she told one of the guests on her show that even she does not bring peace. She said, women don't bring peace. I don't bring peace, and I'm on your side. And that was, to me, that was a confession because why doesn't she bring peace? She doesn't bring peace because of how she looks. Even if it's plastic surgery, that's why she doesn't bring peace. She's still trained to where growing up, where the way she grew up, she can't bring peace because she can't humble herself to do it because of how she looks. And she was
I
like that
mean,
before
like,
plastic surgery.
think about it like this. It's just like, the song Poison. You can't trust a big butt and a smile. So why would you think you could trust a fake butt and a smile? Like, you can't. It's really like she just went up another level of why you can't trust her. Once you put fake shit in you, you're just a fake person, or fake things on you, you're just a fake person. So you
Yeah,
can't trust a fake person.
exactly.
It's,
And you certainly can't trust. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Gordon.
it's funny how Melanie King husband divorced her.
Hmm.
Hmm. Yep.
Re- That explains
And
everything.
yep. And she admitted actually that she was at fault for that to her credit. But here's the thing:
Mhm.
she told Austin that there were laws in Brazil that would disincentivize men to go to Brazil and give Brazilian women the chance that we wouldn't give North American women. She wanted to discourage that, but her
That's a damn
husband
lie.
was from the continent. Her ex is a
Mhm.
continental African. That right there was a problem. Her ex is a continental African. She married from abroad. She
Mhm.
was a passport sister, so to speak, even if she didn't go to that country to find him. And look what she's trying to tell Austin not to do. Now she's not telling Austin don't go there because you're just fornicating. She said she's Christian, so I don't have a leg to stand on to argue with her against that as long as she's actually a Christian. But that's not what she brought up. She was just like, but in Brazil they have this law, and he said, yeah, but that doesn't apply to me. Whereas in the States, I am guaranteed to get a headache and mixed messages and confusion, and that's it. But Lion of MGTOW was right about something. One of the ways that we can weed out the damn chameleons is by not sending dough until they've been in it for years without collecting from us.
Mhm.
Exactly.
That's where we messed up. And I blame us for the incentive that the chameleons have. I don't blame us for the chameleons per se, but I blame us for the incentive that they have. They come on. She got this surgery done. Now she's collecting because of her looks. Those men, we need to see who these men are. and we need to put
This
them
is
on
just verbal OnlyFans, basically. It's just a verbal OnlyFans that she's doing.
There you go. There you go. And that's why when these dudes do send it, we need to put their YouTube names or handles or whatever that is. As soon as she gives a shout out for some nice amount of change sent, we need to see who that name is and start sharing this info with each other and saying, okay, this dude right here, if anybody knows who he is, shut him out socially and don't do business with him either unless you have to. We would have to start doing this because we can't afford chameleons in the space. Now, Lion says all of them are chameleons. I know that they're bound to be different levels to this, of course, because they're individuals, but we are wrong for leaving that incentive in place. Actually, for offering that incentive. We need to stop that, all of us. And the dudes that do it, once a guy does it, then if he starts a YouTube channel, right off the bat, we boycott him. We don't send anything to him. Leave him just as broke as we've left the rest of us. Oh, and by the way, Cortez just said something. First, he said her white ex-husband. I didn't know she had one, but he did say he said she was using typical anti-biblical feminist talking points on her drunk stream. Cortez, did she go and stream while she was drunk?
She
I'm
does be
giving.
drinking on there.
Oh, she does.
Yeah.
Oh God, gentlemen, I'm going to tell y'all something about the golden sphere because that's relevant to this. And I'm not going to say her name, but on the golden sphere, there's a lady who she's been through some stuff. I know about something she's been through. I mean, she's actually been in some physical violence that she didn't instigate as an adult. Now, I don't know if she instigated the argument, but as far as I know, she didn't start the violence, but she's been involved in physical violence that it doesn't look like she started as an adult. That's some traumatic stuff. But she started streaming, and I don't know if she's still doing this because this is in a golden sphere, and there was nothing I could do to help them after a certain point. I quit listening because I was starting to have nightmares. But there's one lady that gets drunk, and I'm not even gonna hold her accountable for what people say on her show. She herself, when she would get drunk, would go to some low depths, and I'm not even sure how much she remembers later on. I don't know, but she would live stream drunk, and that was one of the reasons that the golden sphere went through this. I wouldn't say abandonment, but that's one of the reasons it went through this implosion through which it went. And from my understanding, it's still nothing but the same implosion. It's still an imploded mess where everybody's bickering with everybody else. And them drunk streams from her were part of the reason, not the only one. There was somebody else that did it too, but this was part of the reason for it. Because a lot of people, she got to firing a lot of insults at people that she didn't do this to when she was sober. So if Melanie King's drunk streaming, then it's only a matter of time before, honestly, if the manosphere wasn't big enough, it probably would not have survived this. And so, if she's drunk streaming, we need to boycott this. Don't even listen to the streams for that. That's when the views should go down right off the bat. Just views down. No clout.
Man, after Austin Holloman went on, I just completely blocked your page, basically. I don't even want to deal with you because you're clearly lying. You can't even admit that one thing that is true. So if you can't admit that one thing that is true, how the fuck I'm going to believe the rest of you?
What did she say that was a lie?
About the problems in what's called going on with Brazil and everything. You know, when Asa Holloman went on there.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I was hearing her talking on there, it's just like she's clearly just trying to find a way to, keep him here and say make it seem like Brazil or him going out into the world, out there in the world is a bad thing. It's gonna be a bad experience and everything. I'm like, okay, you're just clearly just speaking at your ass. Shut up.
Okay, gotcha.
Very discouraging.
So it's just like if you're gonna do that, and especially lying, like just lying about the experiences and everything like that, I'm just like, no, I can't deal with you. It's just like a person that clearly is not colorblind or blind saying that the sky is not blue. Like, bitch, it's blue.
Yeah, so the first one fit, bro. Myron, I was being requested the sky blue. When you go on to the in time of the girls they move, it asks if the sky is blue. It's actually true. The sky is actually blue.
Okay, so when she was, I'm trying to remember what she said about Brazil. I do remember her saying something about certain laws. Was she lying about the laws, or was she lying
Yeah,
about there being a MGTOW movement there?
no, it was basically the intent of what she was doing. It was all like a lie. She was acting like she's caring about what Austin is doing and everything like that, or like dudes that's going out there, but she clearly wasn't caring. She was just trying to find a way to keep her. It's basically like how those what's it called? Those player people that's on Facebook, not Facebook, on YouTube. The guys that try to teach game is basically she's seeing that her check is probably leaving, so she's trying to defend her check, like keep her check here.
Okay. Okay, gotcha.
So
All right. So, well, yeah, there that is the issue because, in all honesty, if dudes were going to, if there were more of us, if a higher percentage of our population was in places like Brazil right now, we would probably be tuning into each other. But whether we tune into her or not, we probably would not be sending as much dough to her or anyone like her if we were actually in these other places. That's a possibility. It's yet to be tested, but I suspect that. I need to give two shouts out, and I'm kind of glad I got delayed sent from leaving because two shouts out I need to give that I didn't see. One, I want to give a shout out to Trash Six and It because he sent 20 on the Cash App. My phone didn't sound the notification, and I think it's because it's past 8 p.m. here, and that's when my phone goes silent. So I'm sorry about that, Trash Six and It, or maybe that was supposed to be Trash Bandit, but I'm sorry for not sending a shout out sooner. But thank you so much from the bottom of my black heart and the depth of my black mind. And CJ just subscribed to the Patreon, so I appreciate that. And so I'm going to be able to update the Patreon soon, inshallah. And as a matter of fact, I might take a vote on Patreon to let you members decide what's going to be the next topic that y'all want me to cover. But that's going to be strictly on Patreon, not here. The other thing too was this, gentlemen, and this is for everybody that's in the audience right now. When it comes to the story time, if you're Patreon already, all you got to do is email me any relevant story with a lesson to it that's relevant to the audience. Uh, you could just email that and I put it on Patreon because you're a Patreon subscriber already. You don't have to pay again for me to narrate it. I record it, I narrate it for the whole membership. I don't give your name or who you are, even though it's less than 10 of you right now. I'm still not giving names or anything except for what you put in the story that you want me to narrate. Uh, and I leave it in Patreon as long as you say leave this story in Patreon. Don't put it for free on YouTube. In YouTube, if you want me to narrate anything, it's real simple. You could do the Cash App if you want it. And then you send me an email, you email me that story. But I have to be able to match who you are with which Cash App donor it was. The other option is you can send in some Bitcoin, $5 equivalent of either one of the two coins, or any coin really, and you get a hash number when you send the payment in. If you email me the hash number, I can find out which one it is, make sure that it was sent, and I'll narrate whatever you say. So that's just a quick word about that. But CJ, I want to thank you from the bottom of my black heart, depths of my black mind. Oh yeah, I see it. I can see the actual message now. So I'm going to work tomorrow, inshallah, on something for both Patreon and YouTube. So for my two guests, Mr. Moore and Mr. Gordon, any last questions before we sign out?
No,
no,
bro.
sir. I
Everything
don't have
good.
anything.
All right. Well, listen, gentlemen, thank you both for coming up on such short notice. You, Mr. Moore, on a real short notice, like a minute notice. Mr. Gordon, I appreciate you doing this on. I know we were talking about yesterday and I couldn't, but thanks for being flexible in the rescheduling and everything. And it really did make a difference that we were able to start when we did. Because if we had waited until 11 a.m. your time to start, then I probably would not have been able to make it to this job interview tomorrow because it's late here. And
Oh,
so I really appreciate your flexibility, Mr. Gordon, and you coming on and telling your story to an audience that doesn't know you and that you don't know, telling it to a bunch of strangers, and letting my audience members know, if not where to go, at least they now know where not to go and why not to go there. Unless they're just, it's different if you're just going to experience the climate or to be a
yeah,
tourist. Like,
vacations
Mhm.
or like if you want to like stop a Montego Bay like for vacations or so. But if you want to start your own family here, it'll be a struggle. So just try your best. Don't come over. I'm not saying I'm not really telling everybody that they should not come to Jamaica, but you just have to know what you have to sign up for because the economic is very poor and the crime rate is very high. So you have to just be careful coming into a third world country like this.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, you're not saying not to go, and that part is clear. You're just saying that you can't go thinking that they're going to find stability in the legacy, start the family, and everything else, because, as you said, the crop there is tainted. Uh,
Exactly.
yeah, so I get it, man. I understand, and I really appreciate you being honest enough to tell people that, because some places are like that. Some places are better to live in than to visit, and some places are better to visit than to live. And then some places really just depend on where you're going. And I mean, if I had an illness that needed some heat and humidity, maybe the climate would be a good treatment for it there. But I can't go there thinking I want to find someone that's fit, feminine, and friendly and start a. And I can't. I mean, I'm already married and happily so, but I can't even send another man there thinking, "Hey, look, man, you're gonna go to the Caribbean, Anglophone country, and you're gonna find someone that's fit, feminine, and friendly." No, that's not what's there.
No.
And my audience, they needed to know that, because they have to know where to avoid going to avoid running into an exact same thing from which they're running in the States when it comes to that particular part of life.
At least
So
Jamaican women could cook and clean still. So
Yeah,
that's the
yeah.
one thing that
Not
makes them
true.
better. It's just like they cook and clean and usually stay in shape enough. Like they don't. That's the only other thing that makes them semi better.
Yeah,
okay,
sometimes.
all right, okay, there.
But majority of us is black still. Only once in
Mm.
a while I will see white people in Jamaica, mostly at the airport or the tourist attractions, like the beaches or so.
Hmm.
Mhm.
Yeah, but and I mean that is a plus that Jamaica is still a black island. It's just that it's like Lion said, Cabo Verde is also a black island. Uh, Madagascar is too, and it's just going.
Mm.
It depends when you're talking about living there and marrying there and starting your domestic life there. It depends on what you're gonna find. And if you, I mean, on one hand, it does seem like you can fight back when you're threatened, but on the other hand, you have to fight back because you'll be threatened from what you guys have been saying. And Yankee brothers, man, we burn out from that, and I'm sure you guys are too.
Yeah,
And it's the same
sometimes.
with Trini brothers. And so it just means that we have to start looking at where our passports will allow us to go. Colombia is one where we'll all be able to meet up. And
Mhm.
eventually, there's going to come a day when we have things that we can add to the passport, and there's going to be paraphernalia that we can wear to the airport, so that when we do go on these trips, whether we're moving or just visiting, we'll be able to recognize each other on site at the airport and link up. So that day's we're working on that. I and somebody else are working on that, inshallah. And all nationalities, all black men can be in on this, as long as they're not part of the hyenocracy and with that gynocratic hyena BS.
Mm.
So thanks
The
a
only
million.
blessing I say about being raised in Jamaica is that is because there's a bunch of hyenas raised by a bunch of Jamaican women or Caribbean women because they're all hyenas. So either you're gonna become a hyena male or become a lion at the end.
Yeah, yeah.
So it's kind of like it'll speed you up to either make you a bitch or a king.
Well, if enough guys like you do move abroad to different parts of the world, then what'll happen is that we'll be able to turn or help other men to turn themselves into lions and tigers too, Lord willing,
Hmm.
so they can be inoculated. Um, because those of us who have to deal with the hyenas, whether you're Yankee or Yardman or Trini, Bajan or Bahamian, once you uh, have to deal with them, you can inoculate other men against it.
Hmm.
And that's something that we're going to be able to do. And I mean, I ain't going to front. I do want ADOS men to be more active in doing this, absolutely. But there's no reason that we can't team up when it comes to this, because this is a common interest of ours.
Hmm.
Even for those that want to say, no, man, I'm ADOS to the casket drop and F all these tethers. Even if somebody wants to say something like that, this is a common interest. It doesn't bother us to work together on this.
Yeah, we're
And
all blood.
yeah, we are related to each other. Even when we're arguing and bickering like cousins, we are related, and there's nothing wrong with acting like it. So,
Hmm.
and listen, gentlemen, from relative to relative, thank you guys both. I greatly appreciate that. And both of you guys have my email, so feel free to hit me up anytime. And if there's another topic that y'all want to talk about, y'all let me know, and we'll work on it and set a date and time here.
Yes,
All
sir. You
right.
stay blessed,
Yeah.
gentlemen, please.
Yes.
All right.
Same to you, bros.
Mm, mm.
All right. Y'all take care, gentlemen.
All right. That's it.
Nice, sir.
Attention crew and passengers. This is your co-pilot. The pilot is black mind, so you are not going blind and there is no power. You are merely experiencing the immense blackness of his proximity. When you hear his voice, the cabin will get even darker than it is now. We will be cruising at the speed equal to the speed of light because there is one thing that can match it, and that is darkness. You will probably be a lot darker when we arrive as well. This is normal, and your loved ones awaiting your arrival might think to spend time in the tropics. When you tell them about the pilot, they'll understand. We will taxi to the runway now, so please buckle up and prepare for a high-speed departure. Thank you for choosing Jet Black Airways. Attention crew and passengers. This is your co-pilot speaking. Your pilot is black mind, so you are not going blind and there is no power failure. You are merely experiencing the immense blackness of his proximity, and when you hear his voice, the cabin will get even darker than it is now. We will be cruising at the speed equal to the speed of light, because there is one thing that can match it, and that is darkness. You will probably be a lot darker when we arrive as well. This is normal, and your love arrival might be spend time. When you tell them about the pilot, they'll understand. We will taxi to the runway now, so please buckle up and prepare for a high-speed